Trooper Sarah Burgess with Kentucky State Police.
When working traffic across western Kentucky, responding to crashes involving death or injuries is a tough part of my job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what we do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws?
It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The National Hurricane Center is gearing up for what's expected to be an extremely active season. National Hurricane Center Director Dr. Michael Brennan says rapidly intensifying storms are a real concern.
Better data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft that are getting into our models, and that's giving our forecasters here the confidence to make more aggressive intensity forecasts to set the stage and the expectations properly for those hazards, especially the storm surge hazard.
Hurricane season starts today. About 85 to 90% of tropical system deaths in the U.S. are caused by rainfall, flooding, storm surge, and surf and rip currents. By mid-August, the Hurricane Center is set to debut its experimental cone that includes the inland extent of tropical storm watches and warnings. Google says it's updated its artificial intelligence systems after it was found giving users false information. The feature would give people AI-generated summaries at the top of their Google search results, but users quickly noticed it was providing incorrect or bizarre answers. On Friday, Google announced it made more than a dozen technical improvements to its AI program. The same day, the head of Google's search business said although the product was tested thoroughly before release, there's nothing quite like having millions of people using the feature with many novel searches. President Biden will mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy, France next week. Tammy Trujillo reports.
Biden will deliver remarks and meet with American veterans and their family members to honor the landing of Allied troops in Normandy during World War II. The invasion on June 6, 1944 marked the beginning of the liberation of Europe from Nazi Germany from the West.
The San Diego Police Department is deploying a new drone for critical incidents. The drone is a donation from SDG&E and will allow officers to use the surveillance technology for longer periods of time. Instead of a battery-powered drone that has to land and recharge every 10 to 20 minutes, the drone is tethered to a power source, allowing it to fly for several hours at 200 feet. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Kentucky is one of 6 states that's participating in a year-long student mental health support program. It's called the Policy Academy to Drive Thriving Youth Mental Health and Well-Being, which allows Kentucky to advance student mental health and well-being across a variety of state-led approaches. Kentucky's team will be focused on advancing and expanding school-based mental health services and support. Kentucky was chosen along with Alabama, Hawaii, New Jersey, Oklahoma, and Virginia. Kentucky is also one of 35 states that will benefit from a new summer EBT program launched by the USDA. Summer EBT, known as Sunbucks, will give $120 to participating families per child. Estimates show that could end up being around $72 million to benefit Kentuckians. Qualifying families can expect to see that money around June the 17th. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
WHBN celebrates the rich history of Harrodsburg, a legacy of pioneers in progress. A look back 250 years ago is next.
We sell satisfaction when it's time to buy, sell, or liquidate an estate. Call R.M. McGinnis. Very best service is what you'll get. To make the right choice, just log on to rmmcginnis.com. We sell satisfaction. R.M. McGinnis, real estate and auction professionals.
Throughout the Revolutionary War, Harrodsburg was under frequent siege. Yet it served as a crucial strategic point. From the robust walls of Fort Harrod, George Rogers Clark embarked on daring expeditions that secured the expansive territory. As peace returned with the war's end, families eagerly ventured into Harrodstown, drawn by the promise of safety and prosperity. Kentucky began to cultivate its now famous industries, horse racing and distilling. Pioneers like Michael Humble and John Hagan established the earliest racetracks, around which a vibrant community flourished, albeit with many settlers selling liquor sans license. A testament to the untamed spirit of the frontier. Join us in celebrating the heritage that shaped a nation. Happy 250th, Harrodsburg, where Kentucky began.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. So far, so good. You know, as I see, there's going to be rain later today. So try to get out and do all those things that you have to do. And in Danville, you got the Brass Band Festival. You know, in Mercer County, you got the farmers markets, and you know, just everything is open right now. So, you know, try to take advantage of some of that and get back in before it gets to raining too much, because it's let's see, 90% chance of rain. I guess we're gonna get wet. So try to get all those things done. I got up early, and I had to empty my truck, so I drove down to the recycle center and got rid of all the things I had to, drove back up to Constitution Square, got my weed eater, got my blower. I went over to the McDowell house. I blew the sidewalk off, put the weed eater and the blower in the back there, because when I leave from here, I'm going to go right back up there. And I've got some weed eating to do, and I've got 20 bags that I picked up from Most to Go yesterday. It's always nice to see her, and she was as busy as a bee, you know, with folks coming in. So I did get a chance to chat with her for a little while. But, yeah, so when I leave from here, like I said, I've got plenty to do. Might get to catch, you know, some of the Brass Band Festival. Not sure. But I got to get those 20 bags down, because they're going to have a meeting on the 5th. And I try to get everything done way beforehand. So I'm going to stop in there and put those 20 bags of mulch down and take care of the rest. I got some weed kill for the brick, because they got brick everywhere in sidewalks. You know, they pressure washed them, and it's held up really well. Some sections didn't get pressure washed. So I've still got weeds growing up in those. So it's just busy, because I took most of the week off, because I was off on Monday because of the holiday. I'm off on Tuesday because that's my day off. And then I decided, because I didn't get a chance to take the Friday off like I normally would for the holidays, so I took Wednesday off, and then I didn't have to go back to work till Wednesday. Well, that worked out pretty good. I got plenty of rest, plenty of sleep. But when I got back to work yesterday, I worked from 6:45 to I guess around almost 1:30. Didn't even take a lunch break, because I had grass to cut, weeds to pull, bushes to trim. I had all that stuff to do to try to get ready, get the park ready for the brass band. You know, because there's folks come in and they're visiting. So got all that stuff done yesterday, and man, I think I went to bed at like 8. Oh, I think I stayed up late. I think I stayed up to 8:30, and then I woke back up this morning because I knew I had things to do. So it's just another busy day in the garden. But you know, fortunately, I'm in decent shape now, because you know, when it comes to gardening, you have to kind of get in some kind of shape, because the bending and the stooping and the cutting the grass and the weed eater, all those different things that you have to do. So you have to be in some kind of decent shape. Let's see here. We got Kurt. Gardening with James.
Morning, James. It's Kurt. How are you today?
I'm good. And you?
Good, good. Getting ready to put prices on our items that we're selling today over here. And, boy, you're right about being in shape and loosen up before you start gardening and stretch a little bit when you're done. I was out there yesterday getting a small bed ready to put some currant bushes in that I received.
Mm-hmm.
And sprained my back. Oh,
no. Oh, no.
Yeah. Fortunately, we had some of those pain patches.
Yeah.
And I took me a little bit of ibuprofen and some acetaminophen, the Tylenol.
Yeah.
And laid down for about 4 hours, wasted my day.
Oh, well. Well,
Try to get a minute away today. I feel a lot better this morning, so.
Well, good. Good.
Hopefully I'll be all right.
Yeah, well, at least it wasn't terrible, to where it takes you 2 days to get over it.
You're right there. You're right there. So, yeah, I used to always not believe people in their back problems until you have one.
Oh yeah.
My goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Then they are not joking.
No, they're not joking at all. I mean, I've pulled my back out over the years, and, it's taken me, I ended up having to go to the hospital because I could barely even walk. And,
oh, yeah.
Oh, man, and I've had to crawl up, because when I lived in Louisville, I pulled my back out because we was lifting something. Me and the gentleman down below me, we was moving some stuff around, trying to get the yard together, and we went to pick up this metal thing and had soil in it. Well, I said 1, 2, 3, lift. Well, I lifted on 3, but he didn't, and pulled my back out. And oh man, I was on my knees. I had to crawl up the steps.
I hear you. I did that one time similar. It was with a trash can. I ended up crawling back to the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's real. It's real.
Yeah.
Hey, you have a great day, and I'm like you. We're going to try to make it to that Brass Band Festival. Last weekend over here at the fort, they had the native flute festival.
Right.
And it was amazing.
Well,
we
good.
Went 2 days and spent about 3 or 4 hours there at a time, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah, I like some flutes. Yeah, flutes. They've got a special tone to them.
Oh, they do. Yeah, it's just so soothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, listen, have a great day, James. I appreciate you, and everybody get out and support your local farmers.
That's right. Sell out and have a great afternoon.
Yeah, and there's some other vendors here, too. There's some new people that are making some stuff out with a printer. They're like little toys and stuff for kids. It's pretty cool looking stuff.
I would love to have one of those machines.
Yeah, wouldn't you? Me too.
If it wasn't $400, I would buy it.
Have a good one, man. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right, folks. Get over there and support your local farmers. Buy what they got. Come home and enjoy it. And, because, the veggies, they're coming. Because first it was strawberries. Strawberries have been abundant. And but now we got other vegetables that are now starting to pop up where people are starting to bring them. So, yeah, go ahead and check them out. Get what you have to do. And try to get that part of your morning over with, because like I said, you're gonna get wet. So try to get out there and get all the things you need out of the way. Go back home, relax, enjoy yourself a great meal. Hang out with family. Because when it comes to trying to relax, I'm one of those people who it just seems like I've always got to be going. If I sit down too long, I get kind of fidgety, and now I'm ready to go outside, play in the dirt or something. But this weekend, I think I'm going to try to relax a little bit, because hopefully the rain will kind of interrupt some of that, because I could use a small break, over the weekend and get ready to go next weekend, because next weekend I've got my mulch coming for the flowers at Constitution Square. I got 2 loads of soil because we have one area in front of the stage there that's uneven, and it's got more of a dip to it, and it's been holding water for the last probably 2 or 3 weeks. So we got soil coming to take care of that problem, and because I guess it was about 2 months ago we had some trees that had went down, and they finished them up, cut them up, and everything, and we put grass seed down, and that came back great. And it's going to be kind of the same thing on the other side, where no trees came out or anything, but that little dip there that holds water, it also holds mosquitoes too. So don't want no part of that. So hopefully, we'll get that in next week and take care of those 2 problems. But the park is looking good. Had to straighten up some plants, from the winds and different things, and because we did have 2 sidewalk trees on Main Street that went down, and they're fairly large. And we had probably 3 branches that went down in the park. Fortunately, one of them missed the church by probably like 4 feet. It came down right beside the church into a flower bed, which only has maybe 6 or 8 flowers, but no real damage. So I understand that people are still trying to get rid of them, because as I came out here this morning, I've seen people out there with trailers. They're chopping up trees and branches and stuff, and so hopefully everybody get that out the way sometime soon. I tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Summertime, 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 summertime.
We're all ready for some summertime fun and at a big deals price. Go to Beach Bend Park and Splash Lagoon Water Park with admission tickets just $25 at Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net. They're determined and dedicated to providing safe, clean fun for all guests this summer. Beach Bend has rides for everyone in the family, including the nationally recognized Kentucky Rumbler wooden roller coaster. There's the whole family ride, the Wet Adventure down the Whitewater Express. And there's plenty of fun at Splash Lagoon Water Park. A day of summer fun, plus included with your admission ticket, you get free parking, free sunscreen, free tubes, all at Beach Bend Park in Bowling Green. Just a 2-hour drive away, so get ready to pack up and go to Beach Bend Park with admission tickets just $25 for a full day of fun in the sun. Go to hometownlive.net and click on Big Deals.
So shop now!
Shop now, buy now. Also save $5 on Pioneer Playhouse tickets.
We're so excited. Nice weather's here, and we're going to wet our plants. Buddy Beaver here. Mulch to Go now has rock to go. Yes, we've been busy little beavers and expanded to add landscape, rock, sand, topsoil, compost, and more. We have a wide selection to choose from in both bulk and bags. Stop by Mulch to Go for your landscape needs, from pine nuggets, pine straw, cedar, cypress, and playground chips, too.
Mulch to Go opens at 9 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Call 859-715-7575. They're located in Harrodsburg on the corner of 127 and Beaumont Avenue. Mulch to Go.
Mulch to Go.
This is Goldie Goldsmith McNary, inviting you to join me each week for What's Happening Goldie, a talk show that features interesting people about interesting things. We'll learn how to stay healthy and keep fit, and we'll explore the world of entertainment. So join me for What's Happening Goldie.
What's Happening Goldie every Wednesday at 10:05 a.m. and Saturday at 8:30 a.m. on WHBN 1420 a.m. and 99.5 FM.
Hunger does not discriminate. It impacts the elderly woman who greets you at church, the little boy who sits next to your child at school, the working mother who cuts your hair. In fact, God's Pantry Food Bank is providing food assistance to 1 in 7 people in central and eastern Kentucky. You can help us in the fight. For every $1 donated to God's Pantry Food Bank, we can distribute 4.5 meals to people in need. To find out how you can help, visit godspantry.org or call 859-255-6592.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, we're back in the garden. And like I said, so far so good. No rain. Things are clear. So it gives you opportunity to get out and do some things. And because after all the stuff that I got to do, I got to run to the store and try to pick up some extra stuff. So this way I can kind of stay in the house. Maybe watch me a Western or watch me a shark movie. Me and shark movies and bugs and Attack of the Bugs and all those kind of things. Those are some of my favorite movies. I kind of enjoy those kind of things. And usually it's watching me most of the time because I usually fall asleep somewhere along the line. But I do enjoy the time that I get where I can kind of actually sit down and watch a movie. But let's see, only got a few minutes left. But I did want to talk about some plants that I do like. These are perennials, and they produce flowers year round, and these look really great in your yard. The first one is hostas. If you've ever had any hostas, and hostas are great if you've got a shaded area. Hostas are great. I mean, they've got different varieties, different colors. What you want to do with those, you can put those around trees, if you got a shaded area, and they'll do well. If you got a north-facing wall or a dim area, that's not too bright, don't have a whole lot over there, you may want to put a few hostas because they'll come back every year because they have like the blue and the green and the white and some other colors. The other one is let's see, corbels. Corbels are great. They've got really nice, bright yellow colors, and they thrive in almost any light or condition, either full sun or the foliage. Like say, it's a lime green to a dark red, deep purples. So almost anywhere that you put it, you could brighten it up. Let's see here. The other one is. I like yarrow, but the problem with yarrow, if you have it or if you're thinking about getting some, you just have to be careful. Maybe wear some gloves because there's something about that plant that has let's see, what's the word for it? It has sensitive skin. If you got sensitive skin, like say it may cause like a rash or something. But yarrow is really nice. It's got some really bright white flowers with the dark green. I kind of like that. And that's you just put that in full sun. They're drought resistant, easy to do, and makes great borders. Lavender, I really like the lavender. Because you grow it and then you can cut it and you can take it in the house and it smells really good. Let's see here. The other one is coneflowers. Now, you've got the really tall 3 or 4 foot coneflowers that are really nice. You don't have to worry about them. They'll come back every year. They're drought tolerant. So, if you're looking for something to enhance your garden, these are nice and simple, and it's a one-time buy. Like, so you get them in the ground, you get them started. Say the first year, they grow and they do their thing. When they die back, you just kind of cut them, and they'll be back again next year. Because the idea of around your yard is, it's not to be, you don't have to be perfect. It just, you want something, excuse me, that brightens up your yard. Regardless of what everybody else has in their yard, you want to put something in there that brings a little extra, color on your landscape. Because, annuals, like I said, they'll do the same thing. Annuals are great. If you need instant color, go buy you some annuals. Get your little 6-pack, maybe like $2 or $3, whatever it might be, and put it in an area that's not, not exactly the way you want it, but you would like to have something So, add you some annuals there. If it needs to be in full sun, find you something that you really like and just pop it in there. And like saying, just a matter of weeks, you'll start to see things starting to change in that area because now it'll have color. And like say the sunflowers, I've been popping sunflowers in some of everywhere I go. I planted 2 or 3 here at the radio station, but they're the miniature sunflowers. They're only going to get about, maybe 2 foot tall at the most. Those are nice and easy. They're not perennials, but, they'll get you through a season. And the great thing about it is that you can, once it's done, you can cut the heads off, save those seeds for next year, and you're off and running. So, just try something different this year. But like I said, do it in the sense that, that it's your yard and you're picking the things that you like. Let's see, the next one, sedum, the succulents. I've been buying those this year. I stopped buying them some years back, but I don't know why. But I started buying them again this year, and I've got several different types of succulents. Half of them I don't even know what the names are. I just kind of liked them. And the reason why I bought those, because those are my house plants, because a lot of people, they plant them outside. But I have some house plants with the sedum. The great thing about it is that you don't have to worry about trying to water it all the time, because those succulents, they don't need a whole lot of water, and like I say, and they thrive even in cold areas, so you don't have to worry about them. And like I said, but they may die back a little bit, but yeah, just try to find you something that's affordable, something easy to maintain. If you have to put them in a pot, like I've done, put them in a pot, and like I said, every now and then, just sprinkle a little water on them. Matter of fact, you can use a spray bottle because they don't need very much water. So just spray them a little bit, so this way you can have a little bit. And if probably in July, I'll probably take them outside and let them hang out with my other succulents and other plants. So yeah. But, my time is about it. You folks have a great weekend. Be safe out there, and talk to you Tuesdays and Thursdays with Rick and Joe. Talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM, and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
By the tornadoes. Assistance is restricted to a month of housing expenses with a limit of $1,000 per household. The deadline to apply for relief funds is July 30th, and eligible residents are encouraged to request aid at kyrealtors.com/relief. I'm Joe Lincoln.
The Louisville police officer who arrested golfer Scotty Scheffler at Valhalla Golf Club now putting out a statement. Now that the charges have been dropped, Detective Brian Gillis also characterized the situation as chaotic for everyone and offered condolences to the man who died in the crash beforehand. He says there's no animosity between him and Scheffler, reasserting that he was both dragged and injured, though he didn't have his body camera on. And Kentucky Wildcat baseball in the NCAA Regional in Lexington. The Cats beat the Western Michigan Broncos 10-8 at the Kentucky Proud Park Friday afternoon. Coach Nick Mingione.
I thought Dom gave us a great start. He went 4 shutout to start, and then give them a lot of credit. They started putting balls in play. With 2 strikes, they just flicked balls, hit it really, quite frankly, where we weren't. And that's a really good team. They're champions for a reason.
Sophomore infielder James McCoy.
Yeah, it's really cool, seeing all the fans come out and, they kind of rush in the gates there right when they opened the BP. Like we were running in from doing our defensive work, but it's cool just to see the rush into all the terraces there, and they have our backs the whole game.
UK next takes on Illinois tonight. I'm Jack Crumley.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I'm Sergeant Jason Morris with the Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Kendon Young of the Kentucky State Police. When working traffic across Kentucky, responding to crashes involving death or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Imagine if you had 100 years to dedicate yourself to fun and wonder. That's exactly what Kentucky State Parks is celebrating this year. 100 years of unmatched scenery and history, with guided hikes and acclaimed golf, plus all kinds of cozy lodging and accommodations. Dedicate your weekends to creating memories that last a lifetime at parks.ky.gov.
My name is Chase Harrington, and I'm from Nicholsville, Kentucky. I've been singing for about 7 years. When I got into performance, I came to Studio G. I've been learning how to look good on stage, how to bring out my voice more in the songs that I sing, how to get confidence. I hear an immense difference in my voice compared to when I started coming here.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. It's Brass Band Festival Saturday. Events will start at 9 o'clock this morning in Danville and includes the Brass Band Parade at 11, music all day long through the late evening hours, as well as the food trucks and vendor booths set up. It'll take place at Center College's campus all day long today. If you plan on going, you better get there today. The festival does not have a Sunday afternoon option to go, as had been in the previous past years. Danville Schools has announced a new Arts Hall of Fame, which will recognize excellence in the arts in the Danville school system. It's inspired by the Sports Hall of Fame and is meant to celebrate the history of arts excellence from graduates of the Danville school system. Nominees for the Danville Arts Hall of Fame should be individuals who have excelled in their respective arts fields, either while at Danville schools or since graduating. You can submit your nomination online and find out more information by going to the Danville Schools Facebook page. I'm Joe Mathis. Here are the obituaries. Elizabeth Catherine Schwartz, age 88 of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. She was the widow of Edward Schwartz. Visitation is Saturday from 10:45, with the time of the service at 11:45 at David Cemetery Pavilion in Kettering, Ohio. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home is in charge of the arrangements. Richard Russell Brown, age 60 of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. A gathering of friends and family is this Sunday from 2 until 4 at Camp Nelson Campground Pavilion. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home is in charge of the arrangements. Lynn Edward Ennis, age 67 of Harrodsburg, died Saturday. He was the husband of Rosalind Barrett Ennis. No services are planned at this time. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home was in charge of the arrangements. Tommy Phillips, age 64 of Harrodsburg, died Sunday. He was the husband of Emily Heckman Phillips. A memorial service will be held at a later date. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. Chloe Carter Fulton, age 86 of Harrodsburg, died Wednesday. She was the wife of Arthur Fulton. Visitation is Saturday, June the 22nd from 9. The time of the service at 10 o'clock at the Mercer Church of Christ. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
It's time now for What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith McNary. What's Happening Goldie is brought to you by WHBN. And now, What's Happening Goldie?
As you know, I enjoy sharing and interviewing interesting people around the
the globe, so to speak, but especially right here in our community. And today I have someone that I find very intriguing and very interesting. Every time I have a conversation with her, I find something new out about her. I became acquainted with her recently because she became one of my vocal clients, and we have just had a blast. So, of course, I'm talking about the one and only Gemma Sigler. So, hello, Gemma.
Hello, Goldie. How are you? I'm fascinated to think that you find me intriguing. My family thinks I'm crazy.
That's why I find you intriguing, because they are a little bit right, you know. I just love the stories that you tell me about your past. How old were you when you went into nursing school?
I was 29 when I went to nursing school.
And you already had 2 children, so you just decided you wanted to get a career.
I started nursing school because I was in a bad marriage, and I needed help, and I needed to escape. And it was the only way I knew. I had to find something where I could support my children. I ran into a friend of mine I went to high school with, and she had gone to the community college and gotten her nursing degree. And she says, Gemma, you can do it. You've had 2 kids. You had birthed a couple kids, and you've nursed their sicknesses and whatever. And she said, you could do it. And I said, but I have to take algebra. I went to a Catholic school when I was in high school, and this nun, she had loose false teeth. And I couldn't understand what she was saying. And I almost flunked algebra. I got like a D-. And I was an A student always. And so that just freaked me out, getting a bad grade. Well, this nursing student told me, she said, go to Miss So-and-so. I can't remember the lady's name, but she was an incredible math teacher. And she said she will make algebra so easy for you, you won't have any trouble. She convinced me, and I went, and I loved math. I loved algebra. I couldn't wait to get home to do the homework. Wow. So that's a difference a teacher can make, you know.
Big time, yes.
Big time. Anyways, I love nursing. I worked on a med-surg floor in Louisville at St. Joe's Hospital and at Audubon Hospital. Sometimes I worked in the recovery room. They used to pull you from one place to the other, so you never knew where you're going to work. Just say you're going up here and you go, oh, God, I don't want to work with the children. I don't know anything about all that stuff. But anyways, it's a tough job. It really is, especially now for the nurses now. I'm just, my hearts go out to them. And then for about 2 years, I worked at Fraser Rehab Hospital, and I really enjoyed that, except I always had bruises on my legs from the wheelchairs. It wasn't the patients doing it, but doing it to myself, moving wheelchairs around. But I loved rehab nursing. And, I'm kind of like the family nurse. When anything goes wrong, people call me and say, so-and-so's vomiting, whatever. What should I do? And that sort of thing. And I was married to a doctor. We always got calls at home in the middle of the night for various things. And we were a duo for our family. Everybody in our family got well taken care of. And they knew who to go see and who not to go see.
Mm-hmm. But now you were instrumental in the artificial heart, or no?
No, I knew Dr. DeVries. At that part, I was active in the nurses union, trying to get pay and benefits for nurses in the hospital. It's not unusual, wasn't not then, and I'm sure it's still the same. For a nurse ready to go home, they say, you can't leave, we need you to stay another shift. And nurses have families, they have children, and some of them didn't have husbands at home, or some of the male nurses didn't have wives at home to be there for their children, and they say, no, you have to stay. And I would say, no, I'm not staying. And they used to threaten to fire me, but I said, I'm not staying. I'm not going to do that. I've got, the responsibilities. And the hospitals spend tons of money fighting us, but it was out in the street with signs and on TV. And our main issue was patient care. Yeah. They would think nothing of you being a med-surg nurse pulling you to the nursery. And it's like, I don't know nothing about these tiny little babies on tubes and everything, but they'd send you.
Now, what year was this? Would you call it a protest that you all did? Or because weren't you on 2020?
Oh, yeah, we were on 2020. We were exposing some of the practices that were going on in the hospital. And the cost. We were exposing the cost. For example, at that time, someone gave us a list. They found it in the garbage can, a list of what the hospital paid for an item and how much they charged. For example, one aspirin would cost $20. They would charge you $20. Yeah. A bottle of IV fluids, and these numbers are a little off, but not much, was maybe like $1.20, and they charge the patient $72. One of the many reasons why healthcare is so expensive. Yeah. And so we contacted a healthcare activist group, and they put us on to 2020. And Sam Donaldson came down to Louisville. He followed my mother, who was having surgery. They took a video of her being driven to the hospital and going to the hospital doors, and then her coming out, and then when she got her bill. And for example, the eye patch, it was a cotton eye patch, went over her eye. They charged her $7 for it. It was probably, 3 cents. I can't remember what it cost, but it wasn't very much. My mother's last name was Peacock, and he said, "Mrs. Peacock, what do you think of this?" And my mom said, "It's highway robbery." But all the hospitals were doing it, and they probably still are. I don't know what the answer is. I think national health care is the answer. I don't see how some of these families can afford the insurance and the expense if you don't have insurance. I mean, we're looking at thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars if people don't have insurance and they have to pay. They'll lose their home and everything. So I really think we need national health care.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Water and electricity, two things that make our lives easier and better. But as valuable as each one is, together they can be deadly. Water is a conductor of electricity, and if you're standing in water or wet while using an electrical appliance, you could be shocked or electrocuted. Keep all electrical appliances away from water and make sure your hands are dry when using appliances. For more information, contact your electric cooperative.
And that's Intercounty Energy, a Touchstone Energy cooperative.
Kentucky has one of the most expansive state park systems in the nation. For decades, the parks have been bringing people together for family reunions, fishing, hiking, and a wealth of other activities. What's your favorite memory of a Kentucky state park? Unfortunately, it takes more than governmental support to keep the parks vibrant. The Kentucky State Parks Foundation raises money to create educational programs for elementary school kids to connect them with nature, handicappable hiking trails, and the preservation of historical artifacts. Make a tax-deductible donation online at KentuckyStateParksFoundation.org.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
And today I have someone that I find very intriguing and very interesting, the one and only Gemma Sigler. How did you find Studio G?
Well, I was very lucky. They were getting ready to do Mamma Mia at the Ragged Edge, and my daughter called me and said, "Mom, you have got to audition for that," because people my whole life have told me I look like Meryl Streep. And I said, "Laura, I have no acting ability. I've never acted before." She said, "You can do it. Go see Goldie." I said, "Who's Goldie?" I just moved to town. "Who's Goldie?" "You don't know who Goldie is?" I said, "No, who's Goldie?" And so she told me who you were and where I could find you. And I found Goldie walking on the street. She wasn't walking the street. She was just walking on the streets out in front of her place. And I talked to Goldie, and she said, "Sure, come in," because I was having trouble singing some of the high notes. I was in choir in grade school. The nun told me I had alto voice, and my friend had alto. So she put us next to each other, and we got thrown out of choir for talking and laughing. So it was the nun's mistake for putting us together. But anyways, we were thrilled because we didn't have to get up for a 7 o'clock mass, so we were okay with that. Coming to Goldie's is my therapy. My mom played the piano all the time, and there was always music in our home, and I really miss it. And coming to Goldie's is just so much fun. We have a blast. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm being entertained.
Sweet, I'll pay you later. No, this is not a commercial for Studio G. It's just another adventure of her life's journey. She just recently finished almost a 2-hour showcase at the studio. We started out with 28 songs, and then we narrowed it down to 24, I think, or something, that you had the whole night all by yourself. What was that like?
It was nerve-wracking, but it was fun. I love singing, and I tell Goldie every time she says, "Let's try this song," and I go, "I love this song." I love every song I sing. And she introduced me to Billie Holiday, which I knew who Billie Holiday was, but I never really knew her songs, and I absolutely love her songs now. And I just love singing, and I look so forward to coming. I'm upset if for some reason I can't make a class or I have to cancel. But I love coming here. It's like feeding my soul. It really is. It really is. And it brings back memories from my childhood of my mom playing the piano and singing. And I tell everybody it's my therapy. And I'm with a group of women called the Golden Girls. And the Golden Girls, a lot of times, I have several of them that come here and we do crazy things on stage. First time we came to see Goldie, I had to have my two friends, my sidekicks come, or I'm their sidekick, come with me to see Goldie, because I wasn't sure what she was going to do to me to make me sing better. And so she had us do some improv on stage, and we had so much fun. We giggled and we laughed and we sang. Those two women, Dawn and Alona, we do Song from Mamma Mia, Super Trooper, and then we do All About the Bass. And we get to wear costumes and makeup and eyelashes and kind of like Alona. And we just have a blast here. It's too much fun. If any women and men are sitting home and just feel like, there's not a lot of excitement in their life, they need to come up here. We have a blast. We have so much fun.
Do you mind telling them how young you are?
I'm 75, going on 18.
Never, ever, ever too late. You're also an artist. Your paintings are absolutely incredible, just so beautiful. So how did you get involved in art?
When I was about 12 years old, a friend's aunt took us to Chicago Museum of Art. And I can still remember to this day standing in front of Rembrandt's Girl at Half Door. Her eyes were looking at me, and I couldn't believe someone could have painted this. This wasn't a real person. And from that day on, I wanted to be an artist. When I was about in my 20s, I saw in the Courier-Journal, I lived in Louisville, that a woman named Ilona Royce Smithkin was giving classes at a art gallery in Louisville. And I think it cost like $50, and I didn't have a lot of money, but I scraped it together, got my mom to watch my kids, and I went, and it was a week long, and it was from like 12 to 2. And I learned so much in that little class, and I was hooked. And she came to Louisville every spring and fall, and I took classes for years. And in later years, she stayed at our house with us, and she's quite a character. She just died at the age of 101, and she's all over the internet. They did a huge article on her in the New York Times. And she became a singer at the Waldorf Astoria. I love this story. She was born in, I think it was Germany, but she had that accent. And so she did a Marlene Dietrich, and she would get on stage at 81 wearing fishnet stockings, high heels, really tight skirt, and a fancy top, and sang those songs from that day. She always would say, you just have to believe you can do it. And if somebody was knocking themselves for not being a good artist, she'd say, you've got to be patient with yourself. Nobody's perfect, and you've got to be patient with yourself. And anybody can learn to paint. You just have to be patient. In fact, I'm getting ready to start giving art classes at my house.
Well, I know you used to do art classes at the Mercer County Art Gallery when it was open. And you've talked about doing, I don't know if you call it a podcast, but you were talking about doing a video channel of teaching people.
I was just talking about that today with my friend Alona and her daughter. We're going to do it. Anyone can learn to paint. You could have one apple in the middle of the room and 10 people, and that apple will be totally different. So you got to tell people, you don't have to be like everybody else. Some people might see different colors, and it's just all individual.
What's Happening Goldie will be back after this break. This is The Rooster, WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Hey folks, Chrysler Cowboy here. When I started my journey in the automotive industry, I learned 3 valuable lessons. 1, have a good product. 2, treat people with respect. And 3, make sure it's a fair deal for everybody. I'm proud to call Anderson County my home, and at Chrysler Lawrenceburg, we want to give you that down-home experience. We offer certified pre-owned vehicles that come with a lifetime engine warranty, free tire rotation with every oil change, and customer service that rivals the best anywhere around. Chrysler Cowboy. If you can't remember that, just look for the hat. It's where you need to be, folks. Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
My name is Casey Riggs. I'm from Rough River, Kentucky. I've sung all my life, started out in church, of course. From there, I sung any opportunity I could. I come to Studio G to develop my voice and, most importantly, confidence. I'm now part of a group called the Purple Vibes. We sing in local festivals, shows here at Studio G, and without Studio G, I wouldn't have that opportunity.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G, the G stands for growth.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
She is a nurse, an artist, a singer, a performer, but she's also an author. So I'm talking about the one and only Gemma Sigler. Why don't you tell us about your book?
My husband and I bought a farm in Harrodsburg in like 1900, 2000. I'm sorry. I'm going back in the old days. I'm not that old. In 2000, I loved it. I just loved the farm. We lived in Louisville. I was always gardening and planting things, and my husband threatened to put my poster at the nursery saying, "Do not sell any more plants to this woman." But I love plants and I love nature. So we bought this farm. And he died in 2013, and I left the city and moved to the farm, and I live in a little house. I just love the farm. I got iced in, and I thought, I always wanted to write a book, and I used to write books in my head, but never got them down on paper. So I thought I'll write a book. So I wrote a book, and I wanted to tell about a woman who was on her own and the things she had to do to survive. And it's called Ruby Rose Going Home. You can get it on Amazon. You don't have to. I used to sell it here at the bookstore. And I'm working on the sequel. And I have a couple other books I have in my head. I just have to get them on paper or on the computer. But I love writing. I just found out, besides singing, I love writing. Those are two things I love to do.
Gemma is very active in the community in different ways, especially through the Arts Council. Even though there's not an official office now, it's still up and running, is it not?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, the group of us are trying to keep it going. With the COVID and everything, it's hard to do that. But if any of you ever thought you couldn't paint, you're wrong. Anybody can learn to paint. It's not that hard. There's several people in town here, and I won't say their name, but one of them is a man I think he's probably about in his 70s, maybe 60s. He knew nothing about painting, and he's really, really doing kind of self-taught, and he's really, really got some nice paintings going. He puts them on Facebook, and very impressed. My husband painted apples when he was 83. I have him framed in my house, and he did a really nice job.
Well, you said you were going to begin teaching at your farm. If somebody's interested in that, how do they get in touch with you?
They can just give me a call. 502-609-3419. No porn things, though.
Yeah, we have enough of that. And they can find you on Facebook. And it's under Gemma Sigler. So just find her on Facebook. In closing, what's the best advice you have ever been given?
To be myself. I think it's something I just know, but I've heard it through my life. My mom had told me that. My mom was so awesome. She had French heritage, and they're kind of like c'est la vie. She would say, one of the kids in the neighborhood would get mad at me or my sister, my mom. "Oh, don't worry about it." She was one of those, don't worry about anything. They'll be happy with you tomorrow, and they'll be coming through the front door tomorrow. And she never worried about anything. She was always, just don't worry about it. It'll all take care of itself. And she would say, if you believe you can do it, you can do it. So I think I got a lot of that from her. And my dad was a self-made man. He didn't make his own self, but he was a machinist. He didn't go in World War II because he had perforated eardrums. He decided he wanted to build us a house. He found a builder in a subdivision close by where he was going to build his house. He'd go over to the job site every day and see what they're doing. Then he'd come back and do it to our property. And that's how he learned to build. And he became a pretty big builder in Louisville. And then he opened up his own swimming pool business, and he became the top pool builder in Louisville. He named the business after me and my sister. Her name was Marilyn. It was called Jamar Pools. Aww. This is interesting. He was thinking about building pools, and most of them back then were concrete. He went to the fair, and he saw a silo, a big round silo. So he talked to the guy from Clayton and Lambert, which is in LaGrange, Kentucky, and said, would that silo hold water? He said, yeah, but why would you want it to hold water? And he said, I'm thinking about building a swimming pool out of those panels, just not as tall as that, but you know. And so he and this gentleman got together, and they had the pools enameled, blue color, and he started building swimming pools, and you never had to paint them. They were like your bathtub. Wow. And he was the top pool builder in Louisville for many, many years, and I swam a lot in our swimming pool. We had every kid in the neighborhood in our swimming pool, and I grew up in water. That's why I'm all wrinkly.
Gemma, it's as always. I have to schedule at least a 2-hour class with you because we talk a lot before we ever get around to singing, but then we sing a lot. Yeah. And I know this is going to be an impossible question, but do you really, truly have one favorite song that you sing?
I do love them all. I'm a fool to love you. I love that song.
Yeah, that's
but I do love them all.
Yeah, she does. But she lets me know with every song. We do have a blast. So. But thank you so much for being my guest.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Hey, Harrodsburg, celebrate 250 years of history, heritage, and community spirit. This June, join in for a spectacular anniversary events featuring historical reenactments, live music, fascinating tours, and so much more. Dive into the past with the Fort Harrods Settlement, hand raid, sip tea with historical characters, a community parade, and concerts. Don't miss out on this monumental birthday bash. Mark your calendars for June 1st to the 16th. Get all event info at harrodsburg250th.com.
Pioneer Pawn Shop is Harrodsburg's answer in getting cash fast. See how much cash you can get for your items, whether it's silver, gold, or anything of value. Looking to sell or to get a loan? Pioneer Pawn has the cash for you. When getting a loan, there's no stress. Pioneer Pawn works with you. Top dollar loans. Pioneer Pawn Shop is Harrodsburg's answer in getting cash fast. Visit Pioneer Pawn in Harrodsburg on South College Street, next to Dr. Jennifer Nichols' dentistry office. Come by when you need cash fast at Pioneer Pawn Shop.
You're listening to WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
Gemma just recently did her own showcase at Studio G. And here is Gemma Ziegler singing Moonlight Serenade.
At your gates, and the song that I sing is of moonlight. I stand and I wait for the touch.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
It's 9 o'clock.
NBC News Radio, I'm Rob Martier. President Biden said on Friday that Donald Trump's historic guilty verdict in his criminal hush money trial reaffirms the American principle that no one is above the law. Benji Heyer with more.
Our justice system has endured for nearly 250 years, and we should never allow anyone to tear it down.
Trump, now a felon, can still constitutionally run for the Oval Office. Benji Heyer, Washington.
Trump still has his supporters, however. After the verdict, his campaign reported nearly $53 million in donations. As Trump continues to navigate hostile legal waters, President Biden's son is about to start his own legal battles. Hunter Biden's criminal trial is set to get underway in Delaware on Monday. The president's son faces 3 felony firearms charges related to the purchase of a handgun back in 2018. He's also slated to go on trial in a federal tax case in California in early September. The NYPD is taking extra security precautions ahead of the annual Israel Day on 5th parade Sunday. Kristen Marks has the latest.
Commissioner Edward Caban says they'll have boosted presence, including at the points of entry,
as well as bike teams,
aviation, K-9, transit.
There have been no specific threats made toward the parade.
Another batch of Starlink satellites have blasted off into space. SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at about 10:30 last night to put 23 more Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. It was the 14th flight for the mission's first stage booster, which landed safely a short time later on a drone ship in the Atlantic. If you're hitting the road this weekend, there's a bit of good news with gas prices down to $3.54. And although that's a drop of just a penny from yesterday, it is better than last week's $3.59. According to AAA, drivers in California continue to shell out the most at the pump with an average price hovering around $5.05 a gallon. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I'm Sergeant Jason Morris with the Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Kendon Young of the Kentucky State Police. When working traffic across Kentucky, responding to crashes involving death or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The Texas Supreme Court has shot down a lawsuit challenging the state's near total ban on abortions. Tony Waterman with more.
The only exception to the state's near total ban is to save the life of the mother. But doctors who face up to life in prison if found to have broken the law say it's too vague and have been hesitant to act.
In their Friday ruling, the justices wrote that, quote, all pregnancies carry risks. More than 20 women in the Lone Star State say they were denied the procedure, even though they claimed it was medically necessary. The FCC is ending its affordable internet program. Brian Shook reports.
The government announced the end of the Affordable Connectivity Program, which helped low-income Americans due to a lack of funding. According to CNN, this could put nearly 60 million Americans into financial distress when it officially goes away on June 1st. Consumer advocates and Democratic lawmakers urged Congress to approve more funding this spring, but the bills went unanswered by their Republican colleagues. I'm Brian Shook.
A fan who confronted NFL star Jason Kelce and his wife in New Jersey after their dinner date is apologizing. A Philadelphia TV station reports Andree Goldberg apologized for the heated incident that went viral.
Who you are, I will never be allowed in this house.
The video showed her yelling at the Kelces as they were leaving a restaurant on date night. Goldberg said she apologized directly to the couple. Jason Kelce just retired from the NFL after years with the Philadelphia Eagles. The fight between boxing legend Mike Tyson and internet star Jake Paul is being postponed. That's according to a statement from Paul's promotion company. It cites Tyson having to do minimal training due to an ulcer flare-up he suffered on a recent flight as the reason for the postponement. The statement said Paul and Tyson both want each other to have equal training time. The match is expected to be rescheduled and take place later this year in Texas. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
Imagine what it feels like to be a hero every day.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. It's Brass Band Festival Saturday. Events will start at 9 o'clock this morning in Danville and includes the Brass Band Parade at 11, music all day long through the late evening hours, as well as the food trucks and vendor booths set up. It'll take place at Center College's campus all day long today. If you plan on going, you better get there today. The festival does not have a Sunday afternoon option to go, as had been in the previous past years. Danville Schools has announced a new Arts Hall of Fame, which will recognize excellence in the arts in the Danville school system. It's inspired by the Sports Hall of Fame and is meant to celebrate the history of arts excellence from graduates of the Danville school system. Nominees for the Danville Arts Hall of Fame should be individuals who have excelled in their respective arts fields, either while at Danville schools or since graduating. You can submit your nomination online and find out more information by going to the Danville Schools Facebook page. I'm Joe Mathis.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
Do you need a loan to start that new home remodeling project? Maybe you are buying a new home or refinancing your existing home. Whatever type of loan you need, Farmers National Bank is here to help you. Getting started is easy. Stop by a Farmers National Bank office in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Liberty, Middleburg, Perryville, and Stanford, and talk to a member of our lending staff. Farmers National Bank, your lifetime bank. Some restrictions may apply. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's 9:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today, partly cloudy skies this morning that will give way to cloudy skies and rain during the afternoon with a high of 73. Your chance of rain today will be 90% this afternoon. I would start looking for rain around 12:30, 1 o'clock. Just my guess. Tonight, a steady rain this evening, showers continuing overnight with a low of 61. Chance of rain, 70%. Tomorrow will be considerable cloudiness with occasional rain showers. I think those are again expected mid-afternoon. Considerable cloudiness with occasional rain showers, high of 78 with a chance of rain of 70%. Tomorrow night, supposed to move out partly cloudy with a low of 62. Still going to be about a 25% chance of some rain. Monday, starting off your work week, will be partly cloudy. Looks like it's going to be dry with a high of 84. That's good. Doesn't last long, though. Tuesday, you're going to have 60% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 80. Wednesday, you're going to have 60% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of, you guessed it, 80. Thursday, 40% chance of isolated thunderstorms with a high of 83. And Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 78. Let's do a little refresh here on our temperature and see what it is, because I know it's warmer than 59 degrees out there. You have to refresh the computer so it gives you the up-to-date information. But sometimes it wants to be lazy. You know how your wheel just sit there and spin, going over and over again? While we're waiting, it pops up and says, do you want to wait or exit the page? If I wanted to exit the page, I would have hit the X in the corner. While we're waiting on that, let's go ahead and talk about the 400-mile yard sale. Go to 400mile.com to get more information, and you can register your yard sale on there for free. So that way people can have this big directory. I'm not sure exactly. It would be cool if you could put in like what you have, a listing of your items and stuff. So people looking for a certain thing, would know to go to you. And I wonder if might even give them GPS. If it'll work with GPS, that would be great. You could go burn some yard sales up. Okay, I'm going to go down here 200 feet to this one and 2 miles down to the next one. Hey, something might catch your eye as you're driving. Who knows? It has all kinds of possibilities. But that starts on Thursday and runs through Sunday of next week. Also, speaking of next week, we have the Harrodsburg celebrating 250 years. Yay. Go to harrodsburg250th.com, harrodsburg250th.com. And there's all kinds of events going on. Starting next Saturday, you will have a parade going on at about 11:30. You're going to have a Native Friendship Dance and National Guard event at 1:15. Miss Harrodsburg pageants at 1:30. And then an Advocate Brass Band concert at night. Then Thursday of next week, going right along, the following week, you have all kinds of things, book signings and tea with historical characters and children's games. And Friday, you're going to have more information, living history presentation. Saturday, you're going to have the Fort Harrods settlement. You can learn all about that. And we're going to have the Native American raid reenactment. That'll be interesting. Harrodsburg Community Chorus, all kinds of stuff. It's just a big listing of it. If you want to find out more information, go to the website, and there's all kinds of things there for you. Going on right now, over in Bergen, you can go see the Habitat for Humanity, Mercer County. They are raising the walls at the home of Joe and Opal Peck and their family. Will be their home, I should say. It's at 117 Peach Street in Bergen. Started at 8:30. They're going to have a brief thank you, Lord service before they get started. And then it is a religious organization, by the way, in case you didn't know. And non-denominational, but it is religious. You can go over there and maybe give them a hand, watch how they're going to do that. It's a great program. The family gets to work on the house and help bring down the cost of it. Labor is donated. It gets somebody into a home that normally could not afford it, and it just saves them tens of thousands of dollars. They get a real low interest rate on the payments, and, it's not given to them. They still have to pay for it. They still have to work for it. So don't think it's just they're just up and giving a house. At one time, I thought that's how it worked, but it isn't. You still have to pay for the house. They may have started out doing that, but nowadays it's you go in, because I know somebody's got one, and they put you on a real low interest loan on that. So that helps them to build more houses, too. Keep that in mind. Because if you want to own a home, you're going to have to pay a payment. Unless you're loaded with money. That's just the way it is. Either you got it or you don't. I don't. So, if I was going to get a house, that would be my route to go. But it's great for people with families, especially if you've got a larger family, and you can get them in there and get your little piece of the American dream, as they say. All right, we've got some music going to be coming your way. If you have a birthday or anniversary, by the way, and you want to get it on the air, please give me a call at the station, 859-734-4321. We also will enter you into the drawing for the DQ birthday cake. The DQ birthday cake is awesome if you've never had one. It's an ice cream cake. They freeze it and then get it ready for you and things. So if you're the winner, what we do is we get your name and number when you call in on the list, and we'll call you and say, hey, you won. Then we'll call Dairy Queen, turn in your name and stuff, and they'll have it ready for you, like that afternoon or something. But my advice, let it sit out for a little bit before you try to eat it. If you get it right out of the freezer, it's kind of frozen pretty solid. So I've had one that way, and I've also had one that's set out for a little bit. It's a little softer, and it was much, much better. They both tasted great, though. Those things are awesome. If you never had one, don't wait for the contest. Go up there and buy yourself one for the next birthday in your family. You will not be disappointed. Don't let me down, Dairy Queen. I told them it wouldn't. By the way, talking about the community, how about them girls? I said it once. I said it 3 times. I say it again. The Mercer County Lady Titans won the 12th regional tournament last night. If you aren't listening, you missed out on a great game. It went right down to the very end. And they were even protesting the end of it. It was very exciting. Joe and Rick had a really good time with that. I was here working the equipment and things. So if you see one of those Lady Titans out there today, tell them congratulations and cheer them on for the tournament coming up. They'll be playing Thursday of next week in Lexington. Not sure who he said, maybe Hopkinsville or something like that, who they'll be playing. So be sure to cheer them on.
Well, congratulations. You made it to the weekend. Let's get you caught up on sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. The Kentucky Wildcat baseball team opening NCAA tournament play in Lexington yesterday, taking on Western Michigan.
Daly's 0 for 2 on the day. First pitch swinging, fly ball to center. On comes Kitchen, who misplayed the ball. It bounced under his glove and rolled behind him. Burks comes in to score. Into second goes Daly. It's now 8-0.
Third baseman Mitchell Daly's blew double, scoring Devin Burks, and it looked like the Cats were going to cruise until Western Michigan made it interesting, scoring 5 runs in the 5th. And Cats would tack on 2 more in the bottom of the 5th, then hold off another Western Michigan rally in the 6th. They hang on and grab a 10-8 win. Former Texas A&M righty Robert Hogan came in to work 3 1/3 innings, giving up just 2 hits while striking out 3 in the win. Afterwards, talked about the pressure he faced.
I didn't really have any thoughts. I was just like, I'm just getting this out. It's one of those things where playing baseball is hard, and it's like every other game. There's a lot of people, and every weekend we have it, and it's not like I thought of it. It's just another weekend. It's another weekend in playing baseball, having fun.
The Cats will take on Illinois today after the Illini took down Indiana State. And more teams punching their ticket through to the Kentucky State High School Baseball Championships. The 6th region went to PRP. They beat Bullitt Central 3-2. It was Trinity over St. Xavier 6-1 to win the 7th region. Mason County shuts out Bourbon County to win the 10th region. West Jessamine will take home the 12th region after beating Southwestern. It was Corbin winning the 13th region over Whitley County 6-3, and Estill County wins 2-0 over Hazard. They take home the 14th region. And high school softball teams on their way to Lexington. That would include Davies County. They beat Hancock County to win the 3rd region. Mercy beats Butler. They take home the 6th region, while Assumption wins big over Male 10-1 to win the 7th region. And Mercer County beats Pulaski County 4-3. They take home the 12th region. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I am Trooper Roden from Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Simpson with the Kentucky State Police. Responding to crashes involving deaths or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing your seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Country and more.
Instant savings at your Harrodsburg Napa. Evercraft 11-piece combination wrench set SAE polished chrome, $43.99. Castro GTX motor oil, 10W40, full synthetic, 5 quarts for $43.49. Xerox cooling system antifreeze, 1 gallon price, $13.99. Rain-X Latitude water repellency wiper blades, 24-inch, $13.49. Gear Up cargo mat, universal in black, $37.49. Your one-stop shop for savings is at your Harrodsburg Napa located at North College Street. Don't forget to sign up for your money-saving Napa rewards.
You have a loved one needing to find help, hope, and healing today. The first step to a happier, healthier life is to call the Isaiah House Real Hope for Addiction. Isaiah House provides care for men and women. Locations throughout Kentucky, resetting one's life through healing, opportunity, education, and employment support for lifelong success. When you feel once to the point of rock bottom and needs help, hope, and healing, call the Isaiah House anytime, 24 hours a day.
You need a stopper at the new Papa's Quick Stop for some knickknacks, gas and snacks, breakfast, lunch, and fried chicken with a bone. Papa's Quick Stop has a loyalty program, fast way to earn on every purchase you make. A swipe of your card is all it takes. Come see what they've done to the new place at Papa's Quick Stop. Come try their great breakfast, lunch specials, and save on all your gas, snacks, beer, and much, much more. Hey, Papa, can you stop by at the Quick Stop in Danville, across from the fairgrounds? Now offering the full Candleberry collection. Candleberry at Papa.
Looking for something more from your personal checking account? Then one of our new Community Trust Advantage checking accounts might be right for you. Our Advantage checking accounts offer great features such as ID Protect, roadside assistance, cell phone protection, travel and leisure discounts, and shopping rewards, which makes it easier for you to save money on everyday purchases. Learn more at ctbi.com. Get more out of your checking. Open an account today. Our friendly, professional staff at one of our many branches will be happy to assist you.
Community Trust Bank. Building communities built on trust. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
It's 9:20.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the new Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet in Harrodsburg, 540 North College Street next to Timmy's 5 Point. Shop and save with Howard Carpenter.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Seems like we just did this. It happens, especially when you're doing it over and over again. Today, partly cloudy, then early, becoming cloudy with periods of rain this afternoon, high of 73, chance of rain 80%. It was 90%, so still about it's going to rain. Tonight, rain early, then remaining cloudy with showers overnight, low of 61, chance of rain 80%. So I guess the rain's going to go away for a little while this evening, then come back like one of them boomerangs. Tomorrow, cloudy with showers, high of 78, chance of rain 70%. Tomorrow night, a few clouds from time to time, low of 62. Your work week is like this. Monday, partly cloudy with a high of 85. Tuesday, 60% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 80. Wednesday, 60% chance of scattered thunderstorms with a high of 80. Thursday, 40% chance of isolated thunderstorms with a high of 83. And Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 78. Our temperature now is 66 degrees out there. It's nice. It's comfortable. You need to do something, do it this morning. Go ahead and get it done. Remind everyone, go check out Harrodsburg250th.com, Harrodsburg 250th. Get all the information about the parade and the other activities going on at the 250th celebration of Harrodsburg. Harrodsburg is officially 250 years old. Also, you can go to 400mile.com, 400mile.com, and you can check out for the 400-mile yard sale up and down 68. You can register your yard sale on it for free. All kinds of information there. So check that out. That starts Thursday of next week. We got some music coming your way, and we'll have the Sports Saturday report the quarter after, right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Ask to play WHBN, the Rooster.
Oh, play me some mountain music like Grandma and Grandpa used to play. Then I'll float on down the river to Cajun Hideaway. Drift away like Tom Sawyer, ride a raft with old Huck Finn, take a nap like Rip Van Winkle, daydreaming again. Oh, play me some mountain music like Grandma and Grandpa used to play. Then I'll float on down the river to Cajun Hideaway. Swim across the river just to prove that I'm a man. Spend the day being lazy, just being nature's friend. Climb a long tall hickory, bending over, skinning cats, playing baseball with shirred rocks, using sawmill slabs for bats. Play some back home, come on music that comes from the heart. Play something with lots of feeling, 'cause that's where music has to start. Oh, play me some mountain music like Grandma and Grandpa used to play. Then I'll float on down the river to Cajun Hideaway. Hey, hey. First I get cold and hot, think I'm on fire, but I'm not. Oh, what a pain I've got, it must be love. There's nothing I can do, all that I want is you. Look what I'm going through, it must be love. It must be love, it must be love. I fall like a sparrow and fly like a dove. You must be the dream I've been dreaming of. Oh, what a feeling, it must be love. Something is wrong, alright, I think of you all night. Can't sleep till morning light, it must be love. Seeing you in my dreams, holding you close to me. Oh, what else can it be? It must be love. It must be love, it must be love. I fall like a sparrow and fly like a dove. You must be the dream I've been dreaming of. Oh, what a feeling, it must be love. It must be love, it must be love. I fall like a sparrow and fly like a dove. You must be the dream I've been dreaming of. Oh, what a feeling, it must be love. It must be love, it must be love. I fall like a sparrow and fly like a dove. You must be the dream I've been dreaming of. Oh, what a feeling, it must be love.
Enjoy the country classics on WHBN, on AM 1420 and now on FM 99.5.
After Loretta Lynn's unfortunate recent passing, Emily Portman connected with Loretta Lynn's longtime backup band, the Coal Miners, and they agreed to join Talent. It's the original Loretta Lynn band, the Coal Miners, presenting Always Loretta and featuring Emily Portman this Saturday, June 1st at Renfro Valley Entertainment Center. Tickets are available at alwaysloretta.com or call 800-514-3849. That's this Saturday, June 1st, 8 p.m. at Renfro Valley, Mount Vernon, Kentucky.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
Are you considering a new home purchase or maybe a remodel? Are you looking for a stable partner you can trust to help you understand your options? This is Jason Tyler. I'm a loan officer at Whitaker Bank in Harrodsburg. As part of your community, I'm here to help you understand the best options for you today and in the future. Give me a call at 859-734-3316 and let me show you what Uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank is Uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
It's time for the news, all about your neighbors and probably
News
about
Network.
you. It's
Still
your
recovering
local
from these severe
news,
storms and
presented
tornadoes
by
that hit
First
Kentucky
Financial
last weekend.
Bank.
Electricity's
Monday through
largely been
Saturday.
restored, but there is still cleanup
is a
to do.
hometown
And some
radio.
people need help with basic things like food. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is helping those who lost food because they lost power. SNAP beneficiaries have 10 days to request replacement benefits. Meantime, Kentucky Realtors announcing they're working with the National Association of Realtors to generate a $200,000 relief fund to help those displaced from their homes because of the storms. That money can go toward mortgage payments, rent, or temporary housing. You have until the end of July to apply. kyrealtors.com/relief. Governor Beshear set to speak next week about a new effort to address rental housing shortages. A new partnership between the Department for Local Government and the Kentucky Housing Corporation should help 4 of the Kentucky counties most severely affected by severe weather over the last few years. And the Kentucky Wildcats beat Western Michigan Friday 10-8 in the opening round of the NCAA Baseball Regional in Lexington.
Hogan ready with the 1-1. Here it comes. And Mees sends a fly ball left field. Waldschmidt breaks back. Sachets open the hips. Two-hand squeeze. Inning over. Ball game over. Kentucky wins. The Wildcats hang on and advance to the Lexington Regional. Final score at Kentucky Proud Park. The Cats 10, the Broncos 8.
Pitcher Robert Hogan speaking after the game.
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty cool. BBN's pretty awesome. Being here is probably the greatest decision I've ever made. I couldn't thank Minjion enough, and like this place, what it means to me. And so playing postseason baseball here, it means a lot.
UK advancing in the winners bracket. They'll play tonight against Illinois. I'm Jack Crumley.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I'm Trooper Josh Satterley with Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Kendon Young of the Kentucky State Police. When working traffic across Kentucky, responding to crashes involving deaths or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. It's Brass Band Festival Saturday. Events will start at 9 o'clock this morning in Danville and includes the Brass Band Parade at 11, music all day long through the late evening hours, as well as the food trucks and vendor booths set up. It'll take place at Center College's campus all day long today. If you plan on going, you better get there today. The festival does not have a Sunday afternoon option to go, as had been in the previous past years. Danville Schools has announced a new Arts Hall of Fame, which will recognize excellence in the arts in the Danville school system. It's inspired by the Sports Hall of Fame and is meant to celebrate the history of arts excellence from graduates of the Danville school system. Nominees for the Danville Arts Hall of Fame should be individuals who have excelled in their respective arts fields, either while at Danville schools or since graduating. You can submit your nomination online and find out more information by going to the Danville Schools Facebook page. I'm Joe Mathis.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
Here are the obituaries. Elizabeth Catherine Schwartz, age 88 of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. She was the widow of Edward Schwartz. Visitation is Saturday from 10:45, with the time of the service at 11:45 at David Cemetery Pavilion in Kettering, Ohio. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home is in charge of the arrangements. Richard Russell Brown, age 60 of Harrodsburg, died Tuesday. A gathering of friends and family is this Sunday from 2 until 4 at Camp Nelson Campground Pavilion. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home is in charge of the arrangements. Lynn Edward Ennis, age 67 of Harrodsburg, died Saturday. He was the husband of Rosalind Barrett Ennis. No services are planned at this time. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home was in charge of the arrangements. Tommy Phillips, age 64 of Harrodsburg, died Sunday. He was the husband of Emily Heckman Phillips. A memorial service will be held at a later date. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. Chloe Carter Fulton, age 86 of Harrodsburg, died Wednesday. She was the wife of Arthur Fulton. Visitation is Saturday, June the 22nd from 9. At the time of the service at 10 o'clock at the Mercer Church of Christ. Alexander Royalty Funeral Home is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
That's the news for today, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Childs and College in Harrodsburg.
WHBN, Harrodsburg. WHBN.
We're going to do a brand new song here. It's called Motorcycle Cowboy. See if y'all like it. I married me a hippie, ran away with a stringy-haired blonde. Lord, I married me a hippie, ran away with a stringy-haired blonde. Now we're both old and happy, fishing on our own golden pond. Guitar picking pal. Lord, I love my Harley mama. She loves her guitar picking pal. I've heard motorcycle cowboy. She's my long tall gal. When the party's over, it's really over for good. I said when the party is over, man, it's really over for good. Lordy, everything changes. Wouldn't change back if I could. Play it, Johnny. He wouldn't change, would he? Got me a long, tall blonde. All right, Don. Now we're both old and happy, fishing on our own golden pond. Hurray, hurray, hey, hurray, hey, hurray.
Pioneer Playhouse is celebrating 75 years in the Bluegrass. We are Kentucky's oldest outdoor theater, and we're right here in Danville. Pioneer Playhouse, the perfect summer evening getaway. Come on out, nightly, Tuesdays through Saturdays, June 7th through August 12th. Dinner is served at 7:30 p.m. and the show begins at 8:30 p.m. Enjoy a home-cooked dinner in our shaded courtyard. Choice of barbecue pulled pork or pulled chicken, plus Parmesan roasted potatoes, coleslaw, corn, and homemade bread pudding for dessert. Vegetarian options available on pre-request. Check out our brand new 75 Years Under the Stars exhibit and get a scoop or two of ice cream at the Old Time Palace of Sweets. And then it's on to the show. Our 75th season in the Bluegrass kicks off with The 39 Steps, running June 7th through June 29th. Hitchcock meets Monty Python in this zany, fast-paced whodunit that will keep you guessing and laughing until the very end. Madcap fun for the whole family. Rated G. When the sun goes down, the stars come out. At Pioneer Playhouse.
Hello, it's Dr. Matthew Duggar with Matthew Duggar Eye Care in Harrodsburg. Let me tell you about our affordable eyewear pricing. If you just need distance or near only glasses, we offer a frame, thinner lens, and non-glare coating for $119. We offer a frame, Zeiss Progressive No-Line Bifocal, and thinner lens with non-glare coating for $249. We want you to feel comfortable coming to our office to buy glasses. To schedule an eye exam with me, Dr. Matthew Duggar in Harrodsburg, call 859-605-2214.
This is how we doing it with this Chrysler of Lawrenceburg. In 2024, they are making deals real. With their educated personal staff, they make shopping fun and buying easy.
Do you want a newer vehicle? Want a truck for under $25,000? Need your vehicle service? Needing a place that's going to treat you right? Well, Withers is the way. Check them out, Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
This is one place I will not pass on deals with wheels for the 2024.
Let's start Harrodsburg's 250th birthday with a popcorn night and a concert by Larry Sanders and the Borderline Band. It'll be in the parking lot of Alexander and Royalty Funeral Home and Cremation Service. Starts at 6 o'clock and goes to 8. Bring your own lawn chair. Hope to see you on Friday, June 7th. Get started off for Harrodsburg's 250th birthday with a popcorn night and a concert by Larry Sanders and the Borderline Band. It'll be in the parking lot of Alexander and Royalty Funeral Home and Cremation Service. 6 o'clock and goes to 8.
It's 9:44.
This WHBN weather brought to you by the new Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg, providing the largest selection of playhouses, cabins, sheds, workshops, and more. Financing available, Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
Country and more. WHBN.
When you're away from your radio, listen to WHBN online at hometownlive.net.
Well, congratulations. You made it to the weekend. Let's get you caught up on sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. The Kentucky Wildcat baseball team opening NCAA tournament play in Lexington yesterday, taking on Western Michigan.
Daly's 0 for 2 on the day. First pitch swinging, fly ball to center. On comes Kitchen, who misplayed the ball. It bounced under his glove and rolled behind him. Burks comes in to score. Into second goes Daly. It's now 8-0.
Third baseman Mitchell Daly's blue double scoring Devin Burks, and it looked like the Cats were going to cruise until Western Michigan made it interesting, scoring 5 runs in the 5th. And Cats would tack on 2 more in the bottom of the 5th, then hold off another Western Michigan rally in the 6th. They hang on and grab a 10-8 win. Former Texas A&M righty Robert Hogan came in to work 3 1/3 innings, giving up just 2 hits while striking out 3 in the win. Afterwards, talked about the pressure he faced.
I didn't really have any thoughts. I was just like, I'm just getting this out. I mean, it's one of those things where playing baseball is hard, and it's like every other game. There was a lot of people, and I mean, every weekend we have it, and it's not like I thought of it. It's just another weekend. It's another weekend in playing baseball, having fun.
The Cats will take on Illinois today after the Illini took down Indiana State. And more teams punching their ticket through to the Kentucky State High School Baseball Championships. The 6th region went to PRP. They beat Bullitt Central 3-2. It was Trinity over St. Xavier 6-1 to win the 7th region. Mason County shuts out Bourbon County to win the 10th region. West Jessamine will take home the 12th region after beating Southwestern. It was Corbin winning the 13th region over Whitley County 6-3, and Estill County wins 2-0 over Hazard. They take home the 14th region. And high school softball teams on their way to Lexington. That would include Davies County. They beat Hancock County to win the 3rd region. Mercy beats Butler. They take home the 6th region, while Assumption wins big over Male 10-1 to win the 7th region. And Mercer County beats Pulaski County 4-3. They take home the 12th region. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I am Trooper Roden from Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Simpson with the Kentucky State Police. Responding to crashes involving deaths or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing your seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The weekends just got wilder with Jason Wilder. Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m. till noon on AM 1420, WHBN, The Rooster.
Well, we rode my old bike across the desert, looking for something that didn't exist. And so we turned it toward the swamps of Louisiana. And we were camped out on the land when first we kissed. 69 was a year that I remember. Love was free, so we thought it was. Just a little shy of an easy rider. Young rebels looking for a cause. Like cowboys, hippies, and bikers, trying to find out what our lives were made of. A saintly sinner and a sweet hitchhiker, just a couple of desperados in love. That night we rode into the reservation, and we tried some things we shouldn't have tried. And you held me in your arms until the sunrise. It was the night that I saw God but didn't die. Like cowboys, hippies, and bikers, trying to find out what our lives were made of. A saintly sinner and a sweet hitchhiker, just a couple of desperados in love. you still ride that Harley? And did you burn off that tattoo? I know where it is, babe. I gave it to you. Like cowboys, hippies, and bikers, trying to find out what our lives are made of. A saintly sinner and a sweet hitchhiker, just a couple of desperados in love. Just a couple of desperados in love. There was a time in my life when I was at peace with myself and the world around me. And she was the only reason for it all. Oh, I loved her then and I know I always will. And there's a hole here in my life, an emptiness inside that knows no boundaries, that only she can feel. Somewhere I know she's out there. Till I find her, I won't sleep. Her heart is the one part of the puzzle that makes my life complete. So I'm searching for the missing piece. Ooh, yeah. I was a fool who fell from grace and walked away from all a man could ask for. 'Cause I couldn't bear to watch her watch me fall. And every day I prayed for that mistake. And there's a lifetime can't erase that keeps me hoping since the day that I swore I'd make it up to her someday. Somewhere I know she's out there. Till I find her, I won't sleep. Her heart is the one part of the puzzle that makes my life complete. So I'm searching for the missing piece.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Still recovering from the severe storms and tornadoes that hit Kentucky last weekend. Electricity's largely been restored, but there is still cleanup to do, and some people need help with basic things like food. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is helping those who lost food because they lost power. SNAP beneficiaries have 10 days to request replacement benefits. Meantime, Kentucky Realtors announcing they're working with the National Association of Realtors to generate a $200,000 relief fund to help those displaced from their homes because of the storms. That money can go toward mortgage payments, rent, or temporary housing. You have until the end of July to apply. kyrealtors.com/relief. Governor Beshear set to speak next week about a new effort to address rental housing shortages. A new partnership between the Department for Local Government and the Kentucky Housing Corporation should help 4 of the Kentucky counties most severely affected by severe weather over the last few years. And the Kentucky Wildcats beat Western Michigan Friday 10-8 in the opening round of the NCAA Baseball Regional in Lexington.
Hogan ready with the 1-1. Here he comes, and Mee sends a fly ball left field. Waldschmidt breaks back, sachets open the hips, 2-hand squeeze, inning over, ball game over. Kentucky wins. The Wildcats hang on and advance to the winner's bracket tomorrow night in the Lexington Regional. Final score at Kentucky Proud Park: the Cats 10, the Broncos 8.
Pitcher Robert Hogan speaking after the game.
Yeah, I would say that It's pretty cool. BBN's pretty awesome. Being here is probably the greatest decision I've ever made. You know, I couldn't thank Minjion enough, and like this place, what it means to me. And so playing postseason baseball here, it means a lot.
UK advancing in the winners bracket. They'll play tonight against Illinois. I'm Jack Crumley.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I'm Trooper Josh Satterley with Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Kendon Young of the Kentucky State Police. When working traffic across Kentucky, responding to crashes involving deaths or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
WHBN. And good morning to you. Not quite afternoon yet. It's going to rain this afternoon, so if you're needing to do anything, now's the time to get out and do it. While it's cloudy, it's kind of cool. 66 degrees. Won't break out in too much of a sweat, but try to get it done before dinner time because this afternoon a lot of rain's going to set in. Want to remind you of the 400-mile yard sale going on up and down Highway 68. Go to 400mile.com and you can check it out. You can even register your own yard sale on there. Help people to find you. Might even have a way to list some of your items and things. Get you some people to come to your booth and hopefully get rid of your stuff. That's going to be a great time next weekend. Starts at Thursday and goes through Sunday. Also, don't forget, there's the 250th year celebration for Harrodsburg. Go to harrodsburg250th.com, harrodsburg250th.com. There's a parade next weekend, all kinds of festivals, reenactments, all kinds of stuff going on. There'll be plenty of vendors and things out there, probably some food, things like that. It'll be a very good time to take the family to. So that's mainly going on next weekend. I think the celebration's really all month long, but the main events are going to start Saturday, June 8th. So next Saturday, that'll start up, and all through the following week, there's all kinds of stuff scheduled. Many things, too much to list on the air. So go to the website. You'll be able to check it out there. Stick around for the 10 o'clock hour.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Rob Martier. Israel is putting forward a new proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza. President Biden laid out the details from the White House yesterday.
Palestinians, civilians would return to their homes and neighborhoods in all areas of Gaza, including in the north. Humanitarian assistance would surge, with 600 trucks carrying aid into Gaza every single day.
He called it a roadmap for an enduring ceasefire and the release of hostages held by Hamas in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. He said the offer has been delivered to Hamas. President Biden says Donald Trump's historic guilty verdict reaffirms the American principle that no one is above the law and added the trial was fair.
This jury is chosen the same way every jury in America is chosen.
Biden added the jury deliberated diligently, and now the former president has the right to appeal that decision just like every other American. Trump maintains the entire trial was a sham orchestrated by the White House and was timed to keep him from being reelected. Starting today, millions can expect to benefit from price caps on asthma and COPD inhalers. A number of drug companies have agreed to limit out-of-pocket costs to $35 a month. The The move comes after a similar welcome step by insulin manufacturers last year that also set price caps. From the wrestling mat to the gridiron, Olympic gold medalist wrestler Gable Stevenson is signing with the Buffalo Bills. The team signed Stevenson to a standard rookie 3-year deal as a defensive tackle. He's never played football before and put cleats on for the first time ever when he worked out for the Bills. Stevenson will try to join Bob Hayes as the only athletes to ever win a Super Bowl and an Olympic gold medal. He's considered one of the most successful college wrestlers ever after winning the gold at the national championships twice while at the University of Minnesota. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I'm Trooper Josh Satterley with Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Kendon Young of the Kentucky State Police. When working traffic across Kentucky, responding to crashes involving deaths or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Police have found the cause of a deadly explosion that happened at an Ohio bank. Earlier this week, an explosion blew out much of the ground floor of the Realty Tower in Youngstown, killing a bank employee and injuring 7 other people. On Friday, officials announced the explosion was accidentally caused by a crew working in the basement. Crew members intentionally cut a gas line without knowing it was pressurized. When they realized there was a problem, workers pulled the fire alarm and told people to evacuate. The explosion happened 6 minutes later. Authorities say the investigation is ongoing. Union members at UC San Diego are going on strike Monday after the Palestinian protests from the last few weeks. Jack Cronin has the story.
Members of the United Auto Workers Local 4811 are already on strike at UCLA, UC Santa Cruz, and UC Davis. And now they're walking off the job at UC Irvine, Santa Barbara, and UC San Diego.
Extreme heat is in the forecast for California next week. National Weather Service meteorologist Courtney Carpenter says temperatures will start to climb on Tuesday in the Sacramento Valley.
We're expecting major heat risk in the lower elevations to develop by midweek with widespread triple-digit temperatures in the valley, at least for Wednesday and Thursday.
An excessive heat watch is in effect from Tuesday morning through Thursday evening for much of Northern California, with Wednesday expected to be the hottest day. A system of high pressure is coming from the Pacific, mainly from the tropics and moving into the West Coast. Doctors have a new way to treat postpartum depression.
Women don't have to struggle. There are treatments.
Many are calling it a breakthrough in postpartum care, including Yale medicine psychiatrist Ariadna Foray. Within the last few months, doctors have started prescribing a new medicine called zuranolone. It's the first ever pill approved by the FDA to treat postpartum depression. Already, Foray says studies have shown women began feeling better within 3 days of taking it, unlike other antidepressants, which take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks to start working. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. It's Brass Band Festival Saturday. Events will start at 9 o'clock this morning in Danville and includes the Brass Band Parade at 11, music all day long through the late evening hours, as well as the food trucks and vendor booths set up. It'll take place at Center College's campus all day long today. If you plan on going, you better get there today. The festival does not have a Sunday afternoon option to go, as had been in the previous past years. Danville Schools has announced a new Arts Hall of Fame, which will recognize excellence in the arts in the Danville school system. It's inspired by the Sports Hall of Fame and is meant to celebrate the history of arts excellence from graduates of the Danville school system. Nominees for the Danville Arts Hall of Fame should be individuals who have excelled in their respective arts fields, either while at Danville schools or since graduating. You can submit your nomination online and find out more information by going to the Danville Schools Facebook page. I'm Joe Mathis.
This is Steve Bertram. Join me weekday mornings for the latest sports scores and news on the Hometown Radio Network, WHIR FM and AM, WHBN FM and AM, Z105 WRNZ FM, and online at hometownlive.net. Stay tuned to Hometown Radio stations for live coverage of local games, UK games, and NASCAR racing. It's all on the Hometown Radio Network, your place to go for sports news and live broadcasts.
The ultimate in dining pleasures at the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. Since 1995, the Bread of Life Cafe's been serving up good old Southern cooking featuring 3 mouth-watering loaded buffets, an extensive menu, and plenty of family atmosphere. Meet your friends for the Saturday morning breakfast buffet, 7 till 10:30. All you care to eat, just $8.99. Thursday night's a senior night. Save 20% for seniors 55 and older. Friday night after 4, cast your line and catch the all you care to eat awesome fried catfish buffet with all the trimmings, $12.99. Delight your taste at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on 127.
This is Caraway at Mattresses and More on Houstonville Road in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, stop by and check us out. New items arriving weekly, and we sell off the floor. Buy it today and take it home today. We offer layaway and 12 months same-as cash with approved credit.
Thank you, Caraway. Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
Imagine if you had 100 years to dedicate yourself to fun and wonder. That's exactly what Kentucky State Parks is celebrating this year. 100 years of unmatched scenery and history, with guided hikes and acclaimed golf, plus all kinds of cozy lodging and accommodations. Dedicate your weekends to creating memories that last a lifetime at parks.ky.gov.
It's 10:08.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Collins Construction and Roofing. Storm damage, framing work, insurance claims? Call Collins. 613-4397.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today. Mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm. Otherwise, gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday. Otherwise, mostly sunny, high of 84.
It's 63 degrees. The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Harrod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Personal Effects, the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson, your host, the guy that's leading you through the world of collectibles, antiques, decorative arts, and I've got a really interesting show for us today. One that I'm kind of excited about because I've thought about it, and I thought, well, do I want to do this? Do I want to do this maybe some other time? And I thought, hey, let's go for it. Let's do it, because I think this is going to be something that's really fun, and it's really interesting for everyone to listen to. I think you're going to learn something from this, but I wanted to be able to talk about those really cool and those really fascinating, or at least fascinating to me, but those really cool mysteries surrounding missing art and treasure. Now, didn't that sound cool? I found out when I started doing some research on this, I thought, hey, I need to focus this down just a little bit, because you know what I discovered? I discovered that there is a huge amount of information that's out there. I discovered that not only was there a lot of factual information, there was also a lot of legend and lore and mythology. And those things are cool too. And hey, maybe we'll talk about those sometime. But I wanted us to be able to talk about those real things. I wanted the things that people had seen, that there are photographs of, they've touched them, they've held them, they've looked at them, and then suddenly they're gone. I wanted to focus this down on the factual events. And we'll save the lore and legend and mythology for another time, but equally, there's some really great stories there. Well, here's our story that I want to talk about today. And this is one that I've I've studied on because I've got this passion about jewelry and about gemstones. So I'm going to be able to do this at, a pace that I'm really very comfortable and very free with. But we're going to talk about today the Antwerp Diamond Heist of 2003. Hey, 2003, that was 11 years ago. That is not a long time thing. But maybe you've heard of this, and if you haven't, you're going to know all about it in just a few minutes. This was called the heist of the century. This was a theft of loose diamonds, gold, and other jewelry. Now get this. This had a value of over $100 million. $100 million. Some experts say more, some people say less, but it's still an incredible lot of money. Now, this can't take the credit of being the highest, most valuable heist ever. That has been eclipsed, but I'm telling you, this is a number 2 or maybe even a 1.1 on the list. But it's a big one, and boy, has it got a lot of intrigue and a lot of fascination about it. Now, this took place in Antwerp, Belgium, February 15th through February 16th, 2003, in the Antwerp Diamond Center in the Gem District of Belgium. Now, I want to be able to tell you all a little something about the Gem District of Belgium. There are 2 epicenters for diamond purchasing, selling. There are 2 epicenters. One of those is Antwerp, Belgium, where we're going to be at today, and the other is in Dubai, Saudi Arabia. Now, these are 2 places that this is where the diamonds are bought. They're graded, they're sold, they're fabricated into jewelry, they're made into necklaces and bracelets and earrings. They're appraised, they're photographed, they're showcased. This is a very prominent place for diamonds. Now, let's put a little fact in here into the Antwerp Diamond Center. This Diamond Center, to put it into the perspective of a Kentuckian's point of view, this is the Fort Knox of diamonds. The Fort Knox of diamonds. This place is, we're talking, locked down. This place has got as many as 10 security features that are covering this vault at all times. Security features like motion detector, heat sensors, cornea scans, there's fingerprints. I mean, you name it, it's there. It's difficult to get into. I mean, it is very difficult. Let's go down to the vault. The vault was located 2 floors below the ground floor. So imagine your basement, and then there's another basement even below that. And these are not crawl spaces. These are huge floors. So the vault is located 2 floors down below that. This is not just an average vault. Not only is it also covered by these 10 security features, and I'm doing air quotes, but these 10 security features, this door to this vault weighs 30 tons. The combination lock that's on this door has over 100 million possible codes. 100 million codes. So that's to say, you just can't go up there, put your ear to it, if you could get that far, put your ear to it and start turning the dial waiting for the tumblers to click like you used to see in the old black and white movies. You couldn't do it. You couldn't live that long because there's over 100 million different possibilities. But there's only one combination. Only one. This is another fact that I also found out. This, the Antwerp Diamond Center, they have got their own private security force. Their own private security force. So just like the Vatican has their own army, this Diamond Center has its own security force. They have their own army of men and women that are there, that are monitoring the people that are coming and going. I mean, the security on this is absolutely just amazing. I mean, it is phenomenal. And, now we get into the story of Leonardo Notarbartolo. Now, Notarbartolo rented an office space for $700 a month, and it was very sparsely, occupied. It was just, a very basic type of office, and he rented this for the sole purpose of being able to gain entry into this very secure building. His rent included a tenant ID card that gave him 24 access not only to the building but to the vault. Now, here's the key. This is what's really important here. He had this tenant card that allowed him to go down into the vault. Let me kind of break this down for you of what was happening. If you're a diamond merchant or a diamond seller, you've got your diamonds and you've got your office and you're having people come in and out. These are important people in your industry. They come into your office, they do business, they leave, more come in, they leave, and it comes 5 o'clock and you're ready to go home. Well, what you do, you pack up your diamonds or your gems, you pack them up, you get on the elevator, you go down to the vault, you go into the vault, and you have your own little locker, like in a bus station or in like a airport. They ranged in size from, the size of a shoebox on up until, the size of a microwave. You opened it up, you put your parcels in there, you put your bags or whatever it is that you use to carry your diamonds, you locked it, you went home. The next morning you went down to the vault, you got your diamonds out, you went back up to your office, and you did your work, and then that was the cycle. That's how it just repeated over and over like that. Well, Leonardo posed as an Italian diamond buyer and able to gain credence and able to give, some substance, a little bit of meat to his bones, is that he was worthy of being in this building. His team later stole the security footage in an effort to conceal their identities. Well, more than 123 of the 160 safe deposit boxes were found to be forced open. Now here's the real clincher. Here's one that I thought was just amazing. So just imagine, you've gained entry into this building. You have got in there. You've gone down to the basement. You've got into the vault. You've managed to get the vault open. Remember, there are 10 security features. You get through those features. You get that door open. You go into the vault, and lo and behold, there are the lockers. Now, here's the real clincher. All of these lockers were made of copper and steel. Each individual locker, and I told you the size of them, each individual locker had both a key and a mechanical lock. So once you got in there, even if you picked or forced open the key aspect of the lock, then you had the mechanical, the little spinny dial. Then you had to open that. Each one of those had to be opened 123 times. That is amazing. So, we're coming up on just about halfway of the show, and I want you all to hang in there, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Pay attention to our sponsors. We need them, and I need for you to listen to them, but y'all hang in there. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we're going to talk some more about how this story ends of the Antwerp diamond heist of 2003. So y'all hang in there, and we'll be back in just a few seconds.
Summertime, 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 summertime.
We're all ready for some summertime fun and at a big deals price. Go to Beach Band Park and Splash Lagoon Water Park with admission tickets just $25 at Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net. They're determined and dedicated to providing safe, clean fun for all guests this summer. Beach Band has rides for everyone in the family, including the nationally recognized Kentucky Rumbler wooden roller coaster. There's the whole family ride, the Wet Adventure down the White Whitewater Express. And there's plenty of fun at Splash Lagoon Water Park. A day of summer fun, plus included with your admission ticket, you get free parking, free sunscreen, free tubes, all at Beach Bend Park in Bowling Green. Just a 2-hour drive away, so get ready to pack up and go to Beach Bend Park with admission tickets just $25 for a full day of fun in the sun. Go to hometownlive.net and click on Big Deals.
So shop now.
Shop now, buy now. Also save $5 on Pioneer Playhouse tickets.
Get your copy of James Hurd Trust, The Men of Mercer County today. The book is a compilation of stories about men who have lived in Mercer County, written by the people who loved them. The stories are rich in the history and heritage of the community and the people who have lived there. Available at J. Sampson's Antiques and Books, Beaumont Inn, and the Harrodsburg Herald, it sells for $35. Only 450 copies were printed, so get yours today before they're all gone.
Most unhappy collectors collect things that they don't like because they hope that one day it'll be worth a lot of money. J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals will let you know what you've got and really what it's worth. Don't worry about what someone else collects. Collect what you love, and one day if it's worth a lot of money, that's great. If not, you still have something that makes you happy. Visit J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals next to Lawson's Jewelry in Main Street in Harrodsburg. They're open Monday through Saturday 10 to 5, Sunday 1:30 to 5, and closed on Wednesday. That's J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals.
Struggling to pay your house payment? Apply for the Team Kentucky Homeowner Assistance Fund today at protectmykyhome.org. It provides up to $60,000 for Kentuckians with a COVID-related financial hardship. The money can be used for mortgage bills, utility payments, insurance premiums, property taxes, and HOA fees. Applicants must meet certain criteria to receive assistance. Check your eligibility today at protectmykyhome.org. This ad was sponsored by Kentucky Housing Corporation and this station.
Kentucky's country music capital, Renfro Valley Entertainment Center, is celebrating 85 years of entertainment, and you can win tickets. Listen up on WHBN 99.5 FM and WRNZ Z105 FM, and you can win all season long tickets to live music. It's Renfro Valley Entertainment Center, located in Mount Vernon, Kentucky, I-75 South, exit 62. See you there.
Darling, I bought you a new vacuum cleaner from the WHBN swap shop. You know, you plug them in and they pick up dust and dirt.
Good, because I bought you a chainsaw from the swap shop. It cuts the dead trees out back.
Well, I bought you a new iron from the swap shop. Don't touch the hot side.
Hey, here's the new power drill from the swap shop. Honey, you hold the part that doesn't spin.
Well, here's the new washer from the swap shop. Be careful you don't fall in and get wet.
Advertise for free on WHBN Swap Shop at 734-4321. Monday through Friday, 9:30 and 3 o'clock here on the Rooster, 1420 WHBN.
It's 10:23.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today. Mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm. Otherwise, gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday. Otherwise, mostly sunny, high of 84.
It's 70 degrees.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Personal Effects, and we've been talking all about the Antwerp Diamond Heist of 2003. So where I left off, where did I leave off? Well, we had just got through the vaults down in the basement. We had popped open 123 of the 160 safe deposits that were down there. Now, we know that this theft was carried out by Norda and 5 other men. Now, Norda was arrested after being connected to the crime by DNA evidence. DNA evidence that was from, now get this, a half-eaten sandwich left near the crime scene, along with some videotapes from the Diamond Center. Now, I kind of paused there just a little bit because we have to veer off into another direction here, because I want to explain some about the men. Now, Norda he was the only one that we really know by name. We also have another man that was called the Genius. This man, who is named the Genius, he's the guy that allowed entry into this safe. He was the computer expert, the security expert. He was the guy that was able to get this thing going. He was able to get the doors open. He was the genius. And then we have the unfortunate character of Speedy. Now, none of the other guys that were in this team liked Speedy. They said that he was unreliable. They said that he was a little half-cocked. They said that he was kind of, he had problems. And he was kind of the getaway guy. He was the guy that was going to be driving the car. So, we have left the vault. We have filled up our bags, our parcels, with not only the diamonds, the gold, the jewelry, not only those things, but we've also taken all the evidence. So that's like one of the things that they used was hairspray. They used hairspray to spray over some of the sensors to cloud them so they couldn't see through. The sensor couldn't detect anything. So there would be that can of women's hairspray. They would have gloves. There were, I mean, just numbers of things. There was the security tape. There was money that was found also inside these safety deposit boxes. So we have all these things that we're taking with us in addition to the diamonds. So after the robbery, all the men break up and they go their separate ways, and we'll talk about that in a second too. So these men all break up and they head back to Italy. It's been determined that these men were Italian. Of course, with a name like Nordabartolo, you know, that's going to be an Italian name. Well, Nordabartolo and Speedy, they turn off of this major interstate, this major highway, going into smaller roads, until Nordabartolo sees a road that he likes. He turns off of that road and it turns into a dirt road. He sees this rickety gate that's not been touched since probably World War II. Well, he gets out of the car, he goes up to the gate, opens it, they drive down a lane, and they see a fisherman's shack beside this very, very beautiful lake. Well, he gets out of the car, and as does Speedy, and he tells him plainly, Speedy, I want you to just stay here with the car. I'm going to go scope out the landscape. I'm going to see what's around, what's close, because Bartolo is thinking in the back of his head, this is an ideal place. I'm going to be able to put the evidence into this little hut. I'm going to be able to set fire to it. We're going to destroy all the tapes, all the money, our clothing, the clothing that we wore that morning. We're going to take all these things out. We're going to put them into this hut, and we're going to burn it down. And lo and behold, he goes back to the car, and what in the world would you imagine that he would see? Would you imagine that you would see Speedy probably standing there twiddling his thumbs? Would you imagine that you would see Speedy just kind of, you know, staring off into space? Or what would you imagine you would see? Well, I bet you wouldn't imagine that you would see Speedy taking handfuls of the evidence, the money, the papers. This also included receipts for equipment that they used. It included travel vouchers. It included plane ticket. I mean, everything. He's taking all of it, just haphazardly throwing it all out into the woods. He's just throwing it out there just for no reason at all. There's the videotapes have been pulled out of their cases. They're hanging from the limbs of trees. He also notes that there was a large amount of tiny diamonds called mille. These tiny diamonds were embedded in the mud that was all over this car. It was everywhere. Speedy had gone nuts. And that's where the half-eaten salami sandwich came from. Well, that pretty much was that. Nordabartolo quickly gathered up as much of this evidence as he could, set fire to what he could, but obviously it was not enough. It was not enough at all, because sooner or later someone had contacted the owner of the land, and they said, hey, Mr. Smith, guess what? Some bunch of kids burnt down your little fishing hut down there by the lake. Isn't that a shame? So Mr. Smith goes down there, looks at it, and says, well, I swear, I'm going to call the police this time. He calls the police. lo and behold, guess what they find? They find that there is actually evidence linking this crime to people. Because before then, they had been phantoms. There was nothing left back at the Antwerp Diamond Center. There was nothing. But now you've got evidence. Well, Norda Bartolo was convicted. He was sentenced to 10 years and has since been paroled. He is now a free man. Now, here's where it really gets kind of juicy. Norda Bartolo claimed that he was hired by a diamond merchant. He was hired by a merchant that actually worked in the diamond district, actually worked in this diamond center. He was hired by this diamond merchant, and the robbery was all part of a vast, complicated insurance fraud. To this day, the diamonds remain undiscovered. So isn't that something? The diamonds are undiscovered. They don't know where the diamonds are at, and obviously Norda Bartolo is not talking. I don't blame him. I wouldn't talk either. So, where is this going to lead us? How is this going to end? Who knows? Was Norda Bartolo part of a very elaborate insurance hoax? Did the diamond merchants do what's called a double whammy? Did they take out their diamonds and then Norda Bartolo just stole some very insignificant things, and then, the merchants kept the diamonds and got the insurance money? Did Norda Bartolo, did he actually steal $100 million plus worth of gems and jewelry, and it's laying in wait and buried out in some field, or it's hidden in plain sight somewhere waiting for 10, 15, 20 years to pass for him to come back and get his loot? What is the real mystery of this? Well, that's just exactly what it is, because it is a mystery, because we just simply don't know what's happened, and no one is talking yet. But I guarantee this, I can guarantee this, I bet you that Mr. Speedy is probably pushing up daisies right about now. I would say that he's been turned into fertilizer, because I think because of Speedy, the whole thing got all wiggy-waggy and everything just went haywire. So I bet you Mr. Speedy is no longer with us. Now, if you've really been interested in this, there's also the heist was the subject of a book. And this book is called Flawless, Inside the World's Largest Diamond Heist in History. And this book is by Scott Shelby and Gary Campbell. I've actually read it, and it is a fascinating book. It gets a little bit technical, but if you like a true crime mystery or, a true crime history kind of book, and get this, I'm sure it's at your public library. You can find it online somewhere, but it's a really great book. And I've also been told that this is being turned into a movie that's to be made by J.J. Abrams. I don't know if this has been made or not, but, if it is, it's something I definitely want to see, because I think I'd be interested in that. But that would be a great movie by Mr. Abrams. Y'all, I do appreciate you hanging out with me today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you've learned a little bit of something from it. So, if you need me, maybe you don't have diamonds that you need to hide or anything, but maybe you need some appraisal work done. Come by the store. I'm at 107 South Main Street, right there in historic Harrodsburg on Main Street. Come by and check me out. I'd be glad to talk to you. Maybe I can tell you about what appraisals are, what the fees are involved, and whether an appraisal is not. Give me a phone call. My number is 859-734-7829. Find me on Facebook. I'll put these features on there. I'll put interesting links, auction histories, pictures of things that have come into the store. You can find me at Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals. Get on there and like me, and you can discover all kinds of interesting things. So, if you've got a question, maybe you've got a piece that you're really puzzled about, send me an email of it. Send me a couple of good, clear photographs. I'll be glad to take a look at it. But, my email is jsampsonantiques@bellsouth.net. So, hope to hear from you soon. Until then, y'all get out there, have a safe time, hit an antique mall, go to a flea market or a yard sale, get out there and shop around a little bit, spur the market on a little bit, and have a good time. So until then, y'all take it safe, and I'll see y'all next week.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Herod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Well, congratulations. You made it to the weekend. Let's get you caught up on sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. The Kentucky Wildcat baseball team opening NCAA tournament play in Lexington yesterday, taking on Western Michigan.
Daly's 0 for 2 on the day. First pitch swinging, fly ball to center. On comes Kitchen, who misplayed the ball. It bounced under his glove and rolled behind him. Burks comes in to score. Into second goes Daly. It's now 8-0.
Third baseman Mitchell Daly's blew double scoring Devin Burks, and it looked like the Cats were going to cruise until Western Michigan made it interesting, scoring 5 runs in the fifth. And Cats would tack on 2 more in the bottom of the fifth, then hold off another Western Michigan rally in the sixth. They hang on and grab a 10-8 win. Former Texas A&M righty Robert Hogan came in to work 3 1/3 innings, giving up just 2 hits while striking out 3 in the win. Afterwards, talked about the pressure he faced.
I didn't really have any thoughts. I was just like, I'm just getting this out. I mean, it's one of those things where playing baseball is hard, and it's like every other game. There was a lot of people, and I mean, every weekend we have it, and it's not like I thought of it. It's just another weekend. It's another weekend in playing baseball, having fun.
The Cats will take on Illinois today after the Illini took down Indiana State. And more teams punching their ticket through to the Kentucky State High School Baseball Championships. The 6th region went to PRP. They beat Bullitt Central 3-2. It was Trinity over St. Xavier 6-1 to win the 7th region. Mason County shuts out Bourbon County to win the 10th region. West Jessamine will take home the 12th region after beating Southwestern. It was Corbin winning the 13th region over Whitley County 6-3, and Estill County wins 2-0 over Hazard. They take home the 14th region. And high school softball teams on their way to Lexington. That would include Davies County. They beat Hancock County to win the 3rd region. Mercy beats Butler. They take home the 6th region, while Assumption wins big over Male 10-1 to win the 7th region. And Mercer County beats Pulaski County 4-3. They take home the 12th region. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
I wake up with my radio, shower and make up with it, drink coffee and take off with it on my arm. No jumps, road bumps, add rhythm to my songs, sing-alongs at stop signs, sticky rhymes running through my days. Take my radio to go, and go where my radio plays. However and wherever you listen, radio keeps you company.
Radio talks to my folks. It jokes and makes them smile. And because they smile, they walk or drive that extra mile, or tell a friend to go and spend. Time at my store, time at my site, time at my sale. It's no tall tale. The ads I run on radio move my business.
To get the Hometown Radio Network working for you, call us at 859-236-2711 or in Harrodsburg at 734-4321 and get your business heard here on Hometown Radio.
When it comes to your money, there's a lot to think about. Paying bills, setting a family budget, and retirement. Farmers National Bank cares about your financial well-being and is here to help. Visit the bank's website at fnbky.com to check out their financial wellness section with short videos on budgeting, saving, paying off debt, and more. You can also stop into a branch or call to ask the bank's financial professionals for advice. Farmers National Bank, your lifetime bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Almost every small Kentucky town has a go-to restaurant. In Central Kentucky, it's the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. If you like a good buffet, you'll love the huge down-home cooking featuring 3 fully stocked buffet tables, or you can order off their extensive menu. You'll find something delicious for every person in the family at the Bread of Life Cafe. Visit the gift and sweet shop at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on Highway 127. Open till 8, Monday through Thursday, 9 Friday and Saturday. Feed your tummy and your soul with a stop at the Bread of Life Cafe and Buffet, 5 miles south of Liberty.
Hey folks, Chrysler Cowboy here. When I started my journey in the automotive industry, learned 3 valuable lessons. 1, have a good product. 2, treat people with respect. And 3, make sure it's a fair deal for everybody. I'm proud to call Anderson County my home, and at Chrysler Lawrenceburg, we want to give you that down-home experience. We offer certified pre-owned vehicles that come with a lifetime engine warranty, free tire rotation with every oil change, and customer service that rivals the best anywhere around. Chrysler Cowboy. If you can't remember that, just look for the hat. It's where you need to be, folks. Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
Hey, Harrodsburg, celebrate 250 years of history, heritage, and community spirit. This June, join in for a spectacular anniversary events featuring historical reenactments, live music, fascinating tours, and so much more. Dive into the past with the Fort Harrod Settlement and Raid, sip tea with historical characters, a community parade, and concerts. Don't miss out on this monumental birthday bash. Mark your calendars for June 1st to the 16th. Get all event info at harrodsburg250th.com.
Respiratory viruses are making children sick across Kentucky. Children even get hospitalized at higher rates. But there's one easy way to protect our families. Get immunized. Pediatricians recommend staying up to date on all routine immunizations like flu, RSV, whooping cough, COVID-19, and measles. Most immunizations and boosters are even free. Call 855-598-2246 to find a provider near you. This message paid for by Kentucky Voices for Health, the Kentucky Broadcasters Association, and this station.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
Melinda French Gates is donating $1 billion to groups that support women and abortion rights. Her organization announced Tuesday that the former wife of Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates will be giving grants to over a dozen groups, including the Center for Reproductive Rights, the Institute for Women's Policy Research, and the Time's Up Legal Defense Fund. The 59-year-old said she felt compelled to support abortion rights after the U.S. Supreme Court overruled Roe v. Wade in 2022. A new study shows that feeding peanuts to children could reduce the risk of developing an allergy. Details from Mark Mayfield.
The study, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, shows a strong link between exposure to peanuts before the age of 5 and a lower risk of peanut allergies. The tolerance developed from exposure to peanuts lasts even in older children, in study participants as old as 13.
Health updates, Sarah Lee Kessler, NBC News Radio.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I'm Trooper Tony Cornwell with the Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Sarah Burgess with Kentucky State Police.
When working traffic across western Kentucky, responding to crashes involving death or injuries is a tough part of my job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what we do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws?
It's not about writing tickets. It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
It's 71 degrees.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good morning, friends, and welcome again to the Message of Grace. This is Pastor David Collier, and we're always glad to be invited into your home or your automobile or your business or wherever you're listening today to share with you some thoughts from the Word of God. We want to invite your attention to the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 1 this morning. You want to get your Bible and open it up to that. We'll read there shortly. While you're doing that, let me take this opportunity to invite you to come be with us at Grace Church. We meet each Sunday morning at 11 o'clock for the singing of the old hymns of faith and for the preaching of the gospel of God's free grace. We also meet on Wednesday nights for a time of prayer. That's followed by a period of verse-by-verse Bible study And we encourage you to come and be with us for any of these services or all of these services. And we've been having a good number of visitors lately, and we're always glad to have more. And we'll find you a good seat and try to treat you so many ways you might like some of them. Have your Bible now. Open it up to 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 20. 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 20. I'm going to read a rather long reading this morning. He says, "Wherefore it came to pass, when the time was come about after Hannah had conceived, that she bare a son, and called his name Samuel, saying, Because I have asked him of the Lord. And the man Elkanah and all his house went up to offer unto the Lord the yearly sacrifice and his vow. But Hannah went not up, for she said unto her husband, I will not go up until the child be weaned, and then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord, and there abide forever. And Elkanah her husband said unto her, Do what seemeth thee good. Tarry until thou have weaned him, only the Lord establish his word. So the woman abode, and gave her son suck until she weaned him. And when she had weaned him, she took him up with her with 3 bullocks, and 1 ephah of flour, and a bottle of wine, and brought him unto the house of the Lord in Shiloh. And the child was young. And they slew a bullock, and brought the child to Eli. And she said, O my Lord, as thy soul liveth, my Lord, I am the woman that stood by thee here, praying unto the Lord. For this child I prayed, and the Lord hath given me my petition which I asked of him. Therefore also I have lent him to the Lord. As long as he liveth, he shall be lent to the Lord. And he worshipped the Lord there. And Hannah prayed, and said, My heart rejoiceth in the Lord. My horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies, because I rejoice in thy salvation. There is none holy as the Lord, for there is none beside thee, neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more so exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave, and bringeth up. The Lord maketh poor, and maketh rich. He bringeth low, and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth. And he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. And Elkanah went to Ramah to his house, and the child did minister unto the Lord before Eli the priest. And so we have read 1 Samuel chapter 1, verses 20 through chapter 2, verse 11. I want to focus today on the 8th verse of 1 Samuel 2, where it says, He raises up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them. Our message today, and next week as well, is entitled Princes Made from Beggars. Human history is a constant record of God's majestic acts of providence exercised toward men and women. He lifts them up from the garbage heaps and the dunghills of flesh and exalts them to high places, or he may do just the opposite. Joseph experienced both these situations. So strange are the workings of God's mercy and God's providence that no person has any reason for despair and grief. God is on the throne of every life. But there is a greater message hidden behind the scenes here. God reaches down into the dunghills of fallen, depraved humanity and lifts up sinners and brings them to faith in Christ. Such a work is far greater than any other. The city of God is populated with such wretches of fallen humanity who are busily singing the praises of God and the Lord Jesus Christ, and they will do so forever. I pray that God will touch some heart today as we share with you this message, Princes Made from Beggars. The first thing I want you to see in this passage of Scripture is the sad plight of fallen humanity. He speaks of the beggar from the dunghill. In biblical times, there were people who were so poor that they had nothing. It would get cold, and they would go out, and throughout the land they had these old fallen down houses or these clusters of some kind, and they had filled them with manure. And manure by its own nature will generate heat, and the people, to keep from freezing, would go into these dung houses and they would lay on the manure at night, and it would keep them from freezing to death. All human beings, all of them, are just like those beggars. That's our character. That's our personality. That's our being. You see, fallen mankind is a spiritual beggar. Whether they know it or not doesn't make any difference. You know, a beggar's a beggar. He may not know he's a beggar. He may not think he's a beggar. He may think he's well off. But I'm telling you, a man and woman have absolutely nothing to offer God. People are always trying to make deals with God. I've been in ministry for over 45 years, and I have dealt with people trying to make deals with God over every situation you can imagine. But you have nothing to bring to him. You're blind and poor and naked. You're like this beggar on this dunghill trying to keep from freezing to death. A beggar has no trade. They have no position in life. They can't earn anything because they don't have anything. They have no talents, no skills, no machinery, no tools, no resources. They have nothing. They're beggars. Someone once wrote, "Not for our duties or deserts, but of his own abounding grace, he works salvation in our hearts and forms a people for his praise." That's what God does. We are wicked rebels. We deserve to be damned. We deserve to all go to hell. It's what we deserve. But God in his mercy is pleased to spare some. You know, a beggar very seldom has any character. In fact, if you're going to be a beggar, I guess the less character you got, the better. Job said in Job 42:6, "Wherefore I abhor myself and repent in dust and ashes." He was the richest man in the world, and yet he had come to a place where he had absolutely nothing, and he knew it. He knew it. In the 15th chapter of that book, he said this, verse 15, "Behold, he putteth no trust in his saints, yea, the heavens are not clean in his sight. How much more abominable and filthy is man, which drinketh iniquity like water." You know, a beggar very seldom has any friends who are of any benefit to him. He may have people that call him friends. They may be his acquaintances. They may deal with him in some degree of kindness. But there's very little benefit to him. Old Bartimaeus was all alone, sitting by the side of the road begging. When he began to make noise and disturb the Lord, people hated him. They cursed him when he called to Christ and told him to be quiet. Sit there and be still. The Lord's passing by. They're of little help, or no help, in spiritual emptiness. Bartimaeus was blind. These people tried to keep him silent, but he knew he had a desperate need. He knew that if he couldn't see, he couldn't function in this world, and he cried out to the Lord Jesus to give him sight. Angels marvel that such people are spared, even for a moment. You know, angels that fall, they have no hope. Nothing good going to come to them. The beggar's poverty is too great for any to help. You ever known somebody that just was in such a situation that they couldn't do anything about it? They couldn't help it? They live life as if it's a seine or a bottomless bucket. They're just beggars. They have nothing to offer, nothing to seek, nothing to come with. Nobody particularly cares about their acquaintance. They're loathsome and degenerate, and Christ is the only one who would befriend such a wretch. He's the friend, the Bible says, of publicans and sinners. The beggar's entire dependence is on the charity of someone else. If they're ever going to be reconciled to God, then God must do everything for them. Their sins are their most urgent reason to come to Christ. There's not a beggar in the world that doesn't have reason to come to Christ because they're sinners. He's the refuge of the sinner. Their emptiness is the only fitness that they have before God. It must be the mercy of Christ, or condemnation is certain. If God doesn't do something for them, they're going to perish. The beggar's position is to be on a dunghill. He's as worthless as the rest of the contents of that dunghill. Just a stack of cow manure or sheep manure. Worthless. Little value. No prospects. That's what the sinner is without Christ. This is the most suitable place for the best thing he is or the best thing he has. Isaiah 64:6 says, we are all as an unclean thing, and all our righteousnesses are as filthy rags, and we all do fade as a leaf, and our iniquities like the wind have taken us away. This is the greatest joy that the beggar can ever have, is for this great seeker to come and find them. Our time is gone for today. Tune in again next week, and we'll bring you the conclusion of this message. Come be with us at Grace Church tomorrow. Until then, we bid you goodbye and God's blessings.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
Your community voice since 1955. The Rooster. WHBN Harrodsburg. AM 1420 and on FM at 99.5.
NBC News Radio. I'm Rob Martier. A new pro-Palestinian encampment has been set up at Columbia University today. Jacqueline Carl has more.
It's been set up at the university's Morningside Heights campus. According to the Columbia Spectator, the university's student newspaper, upwards of 30 or more pro-Palestinian protesters are encamped on the South Lawn. This also happens to be the same weekend as Columbia's annual Alumni Weekend. The new encampment comes on the heels of hundreds of city students staging a walkout on Friday to protest the war in Gaza. Students and teachers gathered at Tweed Courthouse in Lower Manhattan for a rally and a march. Among other demands, they want an immediate ceasefire and to end U.S. support of Israel.
Former President Trump says his trial shows that, quote, if they can do this to me, they can do it to anyone. Speaking Friday from Trump Tower in New York City, Trump slammed Thursday's guilty verdict in his hush money trial. He went after the Manhattan DA who brought the case, saying Democrat Alvin Bragg was out to get him and instead should focus on violent crime in his city. He was found guilty on all 34 counts in the case. The Supreme Court of Texas has shot down a lawsuit challenging the state's near total ban on abortions. Tony Waterman with the latest on Friday's ruling.
The women who brought the case all had serious complications during pregnancy. Some saying doctors waited so long to intervene that they've now lost the ability to bear children. Tony Waterman, Texas.
The FCC is ending its affordable internet program. The government announced the end of the Affordable Connectivity Program, which helped low-income Americans due to a lack of funding. It's been reported that the move could put nearly 60 million Americans into financial distress when it officially goes away on June 1st. Consumer advocates and Democratic lawmakers urged Congress to approve more funding this spring, but the bills went unanswered by their Republican colleagues. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
I'm Trooper Jacob Middleton with the Kentucky State Police.
And I'm Trooper Chelsea Hansen.
When working traffic in Harlan or anywhere in eastern Kentucky, responding to crashes involving deaths or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there's so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets.
It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
The Florida deputy who shot and killed a black airman in his home has been fired. On Friday, a statement from the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department said they found the deputy used excessive force when he shot Roger Forston earlier this month. Deputies responded to the wrong apartment and shot Forston after he opened the door. The Okaloosa sheriff said the tragic incident should have never occurred and that objective facts do not support the use of deadly force as an appropriate response. He called Forston an exceptional airman and individual. The Mega Millions jackpot is rolling over again with no grand prize winner in Friday night's drawing. That means at least $560 million will now be up for grabs in the next drawing on Tuesday. The cash option payout is worth $258 million. Rihanna now holds the record for most diamond singles for a female artist. On Friday, several of Rihanna's songs were diamond certified, including Umbrella, Work, and Stay. The singer had previously been tied with several other female artists at 3 diamond releases, but after Friday's news, she went on social media and declared, quote, "Ain't no back and forth." The former leader of a doomsday cult will soon be sentenced for the murders of his ex-wife and his wife's 2 children. On Friday, an Idaho jury began deliberations on Chad Daybell's sentence to decide if he will get life in prison or face the death penalty. UFC is all set for this evening in New Jersey. In the main event, lightweight champion Islam Makhachev is set to put his title on the line against Louisiana's Dustin Poirier. Makhachev will look to secure his 3rd title defense, while Poirier is attempting to win the undisputed title for the first time in his 3rd try. The co-main event, former middleweight champion Sean Strickland will take on Paulo Costa. UFC 302 goes down this evening at the Prudential Center in Newark. Rob Martier, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. It's Brass Band Festival Saturday. Events will start at 9 o'clock this morning in Danville and includes the Brass Band Parade at 11, music all day long through the late evening hours, as well as the food trucks and vendor booths set up. It'll take place at Center College's campus all day long today. If you plan on going, you better get there today. The festival does not have a Sunday afternoon option to go, as had been in the previous past years. Danville Schools has announced a new Arts Hall of Fame, which will recognize excellence in the arts in the Danville school system. It's inspired by the Sports Hall of Fame and is meant to celebrate the history of arts excellence from graduates of the Danville school system. Nominees for the Danville Arts Hall of Fame should be individuals who have excelled in their respective arts fields, either while at Danville schools or since graduating. You can submit your nomination online and find out more information by going to the Danville Schools Facebook page. I'm Joe Mathis.
Dunn's Barbecue and Catering, located in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Here for your affordable catering needs. Ribs, chicken, brisket, as well as our famous pulled pork. All sides homemade. Available for weddings, company picnics, family reunions, or just an old-fashioned pig roast. So call 859-734-3675. That's 859-734-3675. Dunn's Catering and Barbecue. 859-734-3675. I'm Sid Dunn, like my Uncle Herb always used to say.
It's not barbecue until it's done.
Last place feeling in life is no place to be. Ready for a new way of living? The Isaiah House will put you first. Long-term and short-term residential treatment, outpatient treatment, medication-assisted treatment, transitional living, and job skills training. Isaiah House has the programs to the path of help, hope, and healing. End the hurting. Take the first step toward a happier, healthier you. Call the Isaiah House anytime, 24 hours a day.
We're so excited. Nice weather's here, and we're going to wet our plants. Buddy Beaver here. Mulch to Go now has rock to go. Yes, we've been busy little beavers and expanded to add landscape, rock, sand, topsoil, compost, and more. We have a wide selection to choose from in both bulk and bags. Stop by Mulch to Go for your landscape needs, from pine nuggets, pine straw, cedar, cypress, and playground chips, too.
Mulch to Go opens at 9 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Call 859-715-7575. They're located in Harrodsburg on the corner of 127 and Beaumont Avenue. Mulch to Go.
Mulch to Go.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house to see a coaster that's new for the entire crew, and they call it Good Gravy.
Good Gravy, the new family roller coaster at Holiday World and Splash and Safari. Twist and turn past a gigantic rolling pin, milk bottle, and more in a race to save Thanksgiving dinner. First forwards, then backwards. It's fun with a little gravy on top. Get tickets at holidayworld.com.
Free soft drinks, free parking, free soft drinks.
It's 11:08.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
It's 73 degrees. And now on WHBN, the International Sunday School lesson with Bob DeVore.
Good morning. Welcome again to the International Sunday School lesson for the day. It's my pleasure and privilege each week to come and share with you around the Word of God through the framework of the International Sunday School lesson. We've had a whole bunch of lessons that had its part of its titling and centered around the word faith. And now, throughout the rest of the summer, we will be looking at various different aspects of the word hope. Now, hope is defined in various kind of ways. You go to a dictionary and you'll find that it says hope is wanting something to happen or to be true, or to desire with the expectation of obtaining something or fulfilling something. Well, hope, yeah, that kind of gets at it. But hope is not wishing that God would honor his promises. It is in hope that we believe he will honor them. And our greatest hope is that hope which is built around our relationship to God and Christ. And so in our scripture today, we see a little of that, maybe more than just a little, where it speaks about the hope of glory. And in the book of Colossians, chapter 1 and 2 is where our scripture comes from today. Now, last weekend we had a very stormy weekend, to say the least, and I spent a lot of time Tuesday, and you remember the children's game of pick up sticks? Well, it's not very much fun, is it? When the sticks are great big limbs and all of this, we have to clean our yard and get it back in good shape. And our body tells us you maybe can quit doing that one of these days. But I hope it went well with you and that you had damage that you can deal with effectively. But our scripture today takes some of the iffiness away from hope. Hope is not just hoping that something good will happen or something bad will not happen. Hope is that confident expectation that you and God are going to be able to deal with life. And at the end of the journey, there is a reward that rights everything, makes everything good, and we live in eternity with God in his heaven. Our scripture today, Colossians chapter 1, verses 24 down through the 3rd verse of chapter 2. Listen as I read. The Apostle Paul is writing, and he says, "Now I rejoice in what I am suffering for you, and I fill up in my flesh what is still lacking in regard to Christ's afflictions, for the sake of his body, which is the church. I have become its servant by the commission God gave me to present to you the word of God in its fullness. The mystery that has been kept hidden for ages and generations, but is now disclosed to the Lord's people. To them God has chosen to make known among the Gentiles the glorious riches of this mystery, which is Christ in you, the hope of glory. And he is the one we proclaim, admonishing and teaching everyone with all wisdom, so that we may present everyone fully mature in Christ. To this end I strenuously contend with all the energy Christ so powerfully works in me. I want you to know how hard I am contending for you and for those at Laodicea, and for all who have not met me personally. My goal is that they may be encouraged in heart and united in love, so that they may have the full riches of complete understanding, in order that they may know the mystery of God, namely Christ, in whom are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. I hope, I used the word, didn't I? I hope that you heard the focus of what Paul's is saying in these verses, because the focus is a little bit on him, but the main focus may be a little bit on them, but the main focus is what? The main focus is on Christ. He is the one we proclaim. Where is our hope? Our hope that the presence of Christ through the empowerment of his Spirit is in your life and in mine. Many years ago now, I did a sermon series on Jesus. In the sermon series, as I scanned it and sketched it out to start with, was a series that was going to last about 10 or 11 weeks. Eventually, it led to 13 weeks of sermons about Jesus on Sunday morning. Somewhere about halfway through that sermon series, one of my friends and church members, deacons, came up to me and it said, as he was passing, leaving after the service, and he came by and said, "You seem to be hung up on Jesus." Now, I really don't think he intended that as a compliment, but I took it as a compliment and said back to him, "Thank you. I hope you're exactly right." Because Jesus is the focal point, isn't he? He is the one around whom we build our theology and our understanding of who God is and what God is doing in the world and what God will be doing and what God has done. Jesus is the premier presentation of God in the world. The Apostle Paul, when he wrote the letter to the Colossians, was probably in prison in Rome. In fact, we call those little 4 short letters the prison epistles. Galatians, Ephesians, Colossians, Philippians. We call those the prison epistles. And Paul said, "Now I rejoice in what I am suffering." And he says, suffering for you. Now, when I hear someone say today that I'm suffering for you, I really don't believe that. Whether it's a politician or whatever, generally speaking, we don't live in that kind of world where somebody is going to go through suffering for you. Now, I know people who donated kidneys. That is suffering for somebody else. I've noted families who've gone through a tragic death, but they donate their organs so that somebody else, but the organ donor itself, himself or herself, was no longer suffering. They were at the end of life. But occasionally we do know where I know where a lot of people sacrifice for someone else, where we give up something for someone else, but suffering for someone else, anytime anybody promises that one, I just kind of have a heads up because I know something else is coming. But the Apostle Paul felt like he was suffering for you. And he goes on down with a rather long sentence where it says, for the sake of his body, that is Christ's body, which is the church. Paul believed his suffering was for the church. He suffered for them. He suffered in the hope that they would not have to suffer, but he also talked about how suffering can produce something that's good for you. In verse 25, Paul said, I became its servant by the commission God gave me. Paul never did forget the Damascus Road, in which God called him to be a servant, to be an apostle, to be a spokesman, all kinds of words that we can describe. But he chose the word here, the word for that's translated in other places as a servant or a deacon. He's not talking about an official job in church, but he was a servant by the commission of God. It's not something he thought up. It's not one thing he could say was, that's been my dream. No, not at all. But God changed his life. And because of that, he was a man on a mission. And part of the mission is that God had revealed to him that what we saw in the Great Commission, remember when Jesus said that right at the end, and you see it in Matthew and you see it in Acts, that they would be empowered to go in Jerusalem and Judea and Samaria and to the ends of the earth. Paul was part of that process. He saw it happening in the ends of the earth. He was one who indeed was blessed by God to be God's person to advance the kingdom into the lives of Christians in churches all over the place. He ended up in verse 27 by saying, "This mystery, which is Christ in you, the hope of glory." Now, is that just heaven? Or is that the glory and the awesomeness that comes when we're doing what God wants us to do? And it's that inner satisfaction, that inner peace that you have, because you know that God is working in your life and you can make a difference in the lives of others. But again, the focus is back on Christ. In verse 28, he said, "He is the one we proclaim." He is the one we proclaim. We may present everyone fully mature in Christ. The proclamation is to help people grow in their relationship with Jesus Christ. The words...
WHBN celebrates the rich history of Harrodsburg, a legacy of pioneers in progress. A look back 250 years ago is next.
Hey Harrodsburg, celebrate 250 years of history, heritage, and community spirit. This June, join in for a spectacular anniversary events featuring historical reenactments, live music, fascinating tours, and so much more. Dive into the past with the Fort Harrods Settlement, hand raid, sip tea with historical characters, a community parade, and concerts. Don't miss out on this monumental birthday bash. Mark your calendars for June 1st to the 16th. Get all event info at harrodsburg250th.com.
The 1780s brought a new chapter as locals pushed for statehood. Recognizing the need for organized governance and responding to the community's growth, the Virginia legislature, in 1785, declared Mercer County, appointing Harrodsburg as the governmental hub. Despite challenges, from lingering British forts west of the Ohio River to Spanish ambitions east of the Mississippi, the resilient settlers of Kentucky fortified their presence. Ultimately, their efforts bore fruit when Kentucky was welcomed as the 15th state of the United States on June 1st, 1792. Isaac Shelby, exemplifying the spirit of Harrodsburg's founders, took office as the state's inaugural governor. Join us in celebrating the heritage that shaped a nation. Happy 250th Harrodsburg, where Kentucky began.
Pioneer Playhouse is celebrating 75 years in the Bluegrass. We are Kentucky's oldest outdoor theater, and we're right here in Danville. Pioneer Playhouse, the perfect summer evening getaway. Come on out, nightly, Tuesdays through Saturdays, June 7th through August 12th. Dinner is served at 7:30 p.m. and the show begins at 8:30 p.m. Enjoy a home-cooked dinner in our shaded courtyard. Choice of barbecue pulled pork or pulled chicken, plus Parmesan roasted potatoes, coleslaw, corn, and homemade bread pudding for dessert. Vegetarian options available on pre-request. Check out our brand new 75 Years Under the Stars exhibit and get a scoop or two of ice cream at the Old Time Palace of Sweets. And then it's on to the show. Our 75th season in the Bluegrass kicks off with The 39 Steps, running June 7th through June 29th. Hitchcock meets Monty Python in this zany, fast-paced whodunit that will keep you guessing and laughing until the very end. Madcap fun for the whole family. Rated G. When the sun goes down, the stars come out. At Pioneer Playhouse.
Is your vehicle in need of maintenance or repair? Perhaps you work a full-time job, have kids to run here and there, and can't be without your vehicle for days. We at CC Auto understand. We offer free pickup and delivery and same-day service on most all repairs. Let us take some of the load off your shoulders. Call CC Auto now at 734-9515. 734-9515.
CC Auto Parts and Service is the difference. We get it.
It's 11:24.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
It's 73 degrees.
Well, congratulations. You made it to the weekend. Let's get you caught up on sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. The Kentucky Wildcat baseball team opening NCAA tournament play in Lexington yesterday, taking on Western Michigan.
Daly's 0 for 2 on the day. First pitch swinging, fly ball to center. On comes Kitchen, who misplayed the ball. It bounced under his glove and rolled behind him. Burks comes in to score. Into second goes Daly. It's now 8-0.
Third baseman Mitchell Daly's blue double scoring Devin Burks, and it looked like the Cats were going to cruise until Western Michigan made it interesting, scoring 5 runs in the 5th. And Cats would tack on 2 more in the bottom of the 5th, then hold off another Western Michigan rally in the 6th. They hang on and grab a 10-8 win. Former Texas A&M righty Robert Hogan came in to work 3 1/3 innings, giving up just 2 hits while striking out 3 in the win. Afterwards, talked about the pressure he faced.
I didn't really have any thoughts. I was just like, I'm just getting this out. I mean, it's one of those things where playing baseball is hard, and it's like every other game. There was a lot of people, and I mean, every weekend we have it, and it's not like I thought of it. It's just another weekend. It's another weekend in playing baseball, having fun.
The Cats will take on Illinois today after the Illini took down Indiana State. And more teams punching their ticket through to the Kentucky State High School Baseball Championships. The 6th region went to PRP. They beat Bullitt Central 3-2. It was Trinity over St. Xavier 6-1 to win the 7th region. Mason County shuts out Bourbon County to win the 10th region. West Jessamine will take home the 12th region after beating Southwestern. It was Corbin winning the 13th region over Whitley County 6-3, and Estill County wins 2-0 over Hazard. They take home the 14th region. And high school softball teams on their way to Lexington. That would include Davies County. They beat Hancock County to win the 3rd region. Mercy beats Butler. They take home the 6th region, while Assumption wins big over Male 10-1 to win the 7th region. And Mercer County beats Pulaski County 4-3. They take home the 12th region. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This.
Coming up on WHBN, a news update from the Kentucky News Network.
is the Kentucky News Network.
Still recovering from the severe storms and tornadoes that hit Kentucky last weekend, electricity's largely been restored, but there is still cleanup to do, and some people need help with basic things like food. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is helping those who lost food because they lost power. SNAP beneficiaries have 10 days to request replacement benefits. Meantime, Kentucky Realtors announcing they're working with the National Association of Realtors to generate a $200,000 relief fund to help those displaced from their homes because of the storms. That money can go toward mortgage payments, rent, or temporary housing. You have until the end of July to apply. kyrealtors.com/relief. Governor Beshear set to speak next week about a new effort to address rental housing shortages. A new partnership between the Department for Local Government and the Kentucky Housing Corporation should help 4 of the Kentucky counties most severely affected by severe weather over the last few years. And the Kentucky Wildcats beat Western Michigan Friday 10-8 in the opening round of the NCAA Baseball Regional in Lexington.
Hogan ready with the 1-1. Here it comes. And Mee sends a fly ball left field. Waldschmidt breaks back. Sachets open the hips. 2-hand squeeze. Inning over. Ball game over. Kentucky wins. The Wildcats hang on and advance to the winner's bracket tomorrow night in the Lexington Regional. Final score at Kentucky Proud Park. The Cats 10. The Broncos 8.
Pitcher Robert Hogan speaking after the game.
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty cool. BBN's pretty awesome. Being here is probably the greatest decision I've ever made. You know, I couldn't thank Minjion enough, and like this place, what it means to me. And so playing postseason baseball here, it means a lot.
UK advancing in the winner's bracket. They'll play tonight against Illinois. I'm Jack Crumley.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
Think I need to change my style, son. Could you show me something really cool to wear? Dad, you're talking to the wrong man. If you want to know what girls are all about, you're talking to the wrong man. Still ain't got my girlfriend figured out. So I guess we'll just go fishing, or maybe head out to that old golf course today. Amen. When our buddies ask us about women, I think I know exactly what we'll say. Boys, you're talking to the wrong men. If you want to know what girls are all about, you're talking to the wrong men. Still ain't got them women figured out. Still ain't got them women figured out.
From Pride,
I've never been so loved in all of my life.
to McBride,
My baby loves me just the way that I am.
Country's got you covered.
The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now on FM 99.5.
Last night we had a hell-raising time, nipping on tequila and sucking on lime. The sunrise chased the good times away, and good morning would have been the wrong thing to say, 'cause the pounding in the top of my head, hey, didn't leave me in it too soon. I can't say we've had a good morning, but babe, it's been a great afternoon. Well, you nursed me through the morning while I was really down. Then one rowdy afternooner got me up and around. Yes, last night we had one hell-raising time, but today won't be forgotten too soon. I can't say we've had a good morning. Oh, but baby, it's been a great afternoon. Yes, sir. Look out now. Whoa! Well, you nursed me through the morning while I was really down. Then one rowdy afternoon got me up and around. Guess last night we had one hell-raising time. But today won't be forgotten too soon. I can't say we've had a good morning, but dang, it's been a great afternoon.
One of Merle Haggard's greatest? Yep, wrote that one too. What a songwriting machine he was. More of the way, got John Conley coming right up, also Lee Greenwood and Brooks and Dunn too.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUS to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
This Father's Day, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to durable jeans and outdoor gear, our in-store experts can guide you as you shop, assisting with boot sizing and helping you navigate the store so you can find the perfect gift. Share a piece of the American spirit with him this Father's Day. Boot Barn, unwrap the West.
If you're looking for a better dental experience, Dr. Jennifer Nichols' goal is always to provide each and every patient with the very best dental care in the most genuine and caring manner possible. Their office has a friendly atmosphere that will immediately put your family at ease. Their professional staff will help you feel welcome and comfortable every time you enter their office as they strive to provide the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle and efficient way. For an appointment, visit Dr. Jennifer Nichols. She's on North College Street. Call 734-5111. See how different a dental experience can be with Dr. Jennifer Nichols.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
This is how we doing it with this Chrysler of Lawrenceburg. In 2024, they are making deals real. With their educated personal staff, they make shopping fun and buying easy.
Do you want a newer vehicle? Want a truck for under $25,000? Need your vehicle service? Needing a place that's going to treat you right? Well, Withers is the way. Check them out, Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
This is one place I will not pass. One deals with wheels for the 2024.
What kind of tires do we keep at CC Auto? Cooper, Michelin, Nitto, Hankook, Firestone, Bridgestone, Toyo, General, Yokohama, and many more. We've just added the new line of Mastercraft tires, and we are also a Goodyear National Account dealer. We keep lawn and garden tires in stock, as well as farm implement tubes and tires. We have a farm service truck to meet the needs of our farmers. Call us at CC Auto today, 734-9515.
CC Auto Parts and Service is the difference. We get it.
What makes Whitaker Bank uniquely Kentucky? With a wide range of products and services, we are here to provide you friendly, expert service for all of your banking needs. This is Rita McIntyre. I'm the relationship banker for Boyle, Garrett, and Mercer counties. As part of your community, we are committed to building solid, long-term relationships. Call me at 859-733-4963. Let us show you what uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank, uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Dunn's Barbecue and Catering, located in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Here for your affordable catering needs. Ribs, chicken, brisket, as well as our famous pulled pork. All sides homemade. Available for weddings, company picnics, family reunions, or just an old-fashioned pig roast. So call 859-734-3675. That's 859-734-3675. Dunn's Catering and Barbecue. 859-734-3675. I'm Sid Dunn, and like my Uncle Herb always used to say,
It's not barbecue until it's done.
It's 11:41.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the new Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet in Harrodsburg, 540 North College Street next to Timmy's 5 Point. Shop and save with Howard Carpenter.
We got a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, mostly cloudy, high of 78. Tonight, chance of showers and thunderstorms, low of 62. For Sunday, showers likely, possible thunderstorm, otherwise gradually becoming mostly sunny, high of 77. Chance of showers and thunderstorms on Monday, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 84.
We're growing. WHBN AM 1420 is now on FM at 99.5. Tune us in at our new home.
Making money at 30 with a wife and a son. Then a short 5 years later, it all comes undone. She's gone back to mama with the boy by her side. Now I'm wine drunk and running with them on my mind. I'm on the backside of 30 and back on my own. An empty apartment don't feel like a home. On the backside of 30, the short side of time, back on the bottom with no hill to climb. It's dawn Monday morning, and I just called in sick. I skipped work last Friday to drink this month's rent. And when my friends ask me, I tell them I'm fine. But my eyes tell a story that my lies can't hide. I'm on the backside of 30 and back on my own. An empty apartment don't feel like a home. On the backside of 30, the short side of time, back on the bottom with no hill to climb.
Rise
Rise and shine with me, Radio Rick in the morning. Weekdays from 6 to 10 on WHBN The Rooster.
You believe that I've changed your life forever, and you're never gonna find another somebody like me. And you wish you had more than just a lifetime to give back all I've given you, and that's what you believe. But I owe you the sunlight in the morning and the nights of honest loving that time can't take away. And I owe you more than life now, more than ever. I know that it's the sweetest debt I'll ever have to pay. I'm amazed when you say it's me you live for. You know that when I'm holding you, you're right where you belong. And my love, I can't help but smile with wonder when you tell me all I've done for you. 'Cause I've known all along that I owe you the sunlight in the morning and the nights of honest loving that time can't take away. And I owe you more than life now, more than ever. I know that it's the sweetest debt I'll ever have to pay. Oh, I owe you the sunlight in the morning and the nights of honest loving that time can't take away. And I owe you more than life now, more than ever. I know that it's the sweetest debt I'll ever have to pay.
The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now on FM 99.5.
I saw the light, I've been baptized by the fire in your touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again, I'm a brand new man. Well, the whole town's talking about the line I'm walking that leads right to your door. Oh, how I used to roam, I was a rolling stone. I used to have a wild side, they say a country mile wide. I'd burn those beer joints down, that's all changed now. You turned my life around. Oh, I saw the light, I've been baptized by the fire in your touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again, I'm a brand new man. I used to love 'em and leave 'em. Oh, I'd brag about my freedom, how no one could tie me down. Then I met you, now my heart beats true. Baby, you and me together feels more like forever than anything I've ever known. We're right on track, I ain't looking back. Yeah, I saw the light, I've been baptized by the fire in your touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again, I'm a brand new man.
Brooks is done. Title track from that debut album, 1991. First of 4 straight number ones. That's pretty good. And more on the way, got Kenny Rogers and Kelly West coming right up.
I never saw the end in sight. Fools are kind of blind. Thought everything was going all right, but I was running out of time. 'Cause you had one foot out the door, I swear I didn't see. But if you're really going away, here's some final words from me. Baby, write this down. Take a little note to remind you in case you didn't know. Tell yourself I love you and I don't want you to go. Write this down. Take my words and read them every day. Keep them close by, don't you let them fade away. So you'll remember what I forgot to say. Write this down. Sign it at the bottom of the page. I'll swear under oath, 'cause every single word is true, and I think you need to know. So use it as a bookmark. Stick it on your refrigerator door. Hang it in a picture frame up above the mantle where you'll see it for sure. Baby, write this down. Take a little note to remind you in case you didn't know. Tell yourself I love you and I don't want you to go. Write this down. Take my words and read them every day. Keep them close by, don't you let them fade away. So you'll remember what I forgot to say. Write this down. Chisel, I can find a stone. Folks will be reading these words long after we're gone. Baby, write this down. Take a little note to remind you in case you didn't know. Tell yourself I love you and I don't want you to go. Write this down. Take my words and read them every day. Keep them close by, don't you let them fade away. So you'll remember what I forgot to say. Write this down. Oh, I love you and I don't want you to go. Baby, write this down.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Ask to play WHBN, The Rooster.
Sometimes when I'm down and all alone, I feel just like a child without a home. The love you give me keeps me hanging on, honey. All I ever need is you.
You're my first love, you're my last. You're my future, you're my best. Oh, loving you is all I ask, honey. All I ever need is you.
Weathers come and then they go, and we watch the melting snow. Sure as summer, fall, or spring, all the things you do give me a reason to build my world Some men search for silver, some for gold. But I found my treasures in your soul, oh, honey, yeah. And all I ever need is you. Without love, I'd never find a way through ups and downs of every single day. And I won't sleep at night until you say, honey, all I ever need is you. La 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 la. La 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 la. The love you give me keeps me hanging on, honey. All I ever need is you. La 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 la. La 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 la. But I found my treasures in your soul, honey. All I ever need is you. La 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 la. La 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 la. I can see every time I look into your eyes, you don't care a thing about those other guys. Without words, you made me understand what's on your mind. The rhythm of your body close to mine. I can tell by the way you dance that you're gonna love me tonight. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot. Love's either right or it's wrong. Feels so good, love you a lot. Right here beside me is where you belong. I don't care if everybody knows the way I feel, until the dream of holding you is real. I can tell by the way you dance that you're gonna love me tonight. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot. Love's either right or it's wrong. Feels so good, love you a lot. Right here beside me is where you belong. I don't care if everybody knows the way I feel, until the dream of holding you is real. I can tell by the way you dance that you're gonna love me tonight.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
It's 12 o'clock.
NBC News Radio, I'm Lisa Carton. President Biden says Israel is proposing a three-part plan for a ceasefire in Gaza, laying out the details from the White House yesterday.
Palestinians, civilians would return to their homes and neighborhoods in all areas of Gaza, including in the north. Humanitarian assistance would surge, with 600 trucks carrying aid into Gaza every single day.
He called it a roadmap for an enduring ceasefire and the release of hostages held by Hamas in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. He said the offer has been delivered to Hamas. The Trump campaign is pulling in a record number of donations after a jury found the former president guilty in his criminal hush money trial in New York. The campaign's fundraising website temporarily crashed Thursday due to increased traffic. Trump's campaign says it's raised $53 million in the first 24 hours following the verdict. Trump was found guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records, making him the first former president to be convicted of a felony. A new pro-Palestinian encampment has been set up at Columbia University today. Jacqueline Carl has more.
It's been set up at the university's Morningside Heights campus. According to the Columbia Spectator, the university's student newspaper, upwards of 30 or more pro-Palestinian protesters are encamped on the South Lawn. The new encampment comes on the heels of hundreds of city students staging a walkout on Friday to protest the war in Gaza. Among other demands, they want an immediate ceasefire and to end U.S. support of Israel.
After nearly a month-long delay, Boeing is preparing to launch 2 astronauts to the International Space Station early this afternoon. It's the first crewed test flight for the Starliner capsule after the mission has been delayed twice due to technical issues. The launch is scheduled at 12:25 p.m. from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
I'm Trooper Chelsea Hansen.
And I'm Officer Caitlin Cottle with the Kentucky State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Branch.
When working traffic, responding to crashes involving deaths or injuries is the toughest part of our job.
When you drive, there is so much out of your control.
But what you do have control over is wearing a seatbelt.
Less than 2 seconds. That's all the time it takes to buckle up.
Why do we enforce seatbelt laws? It's not about writing tickets.
It's about saving lives.
Always buckle up.
A message from Team Kentucky and the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.